Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. What day is it today? May 13th, Wednesday, 2026. Yep, okay. I might end up getting a phone call, at which point I'll have to pause the recording and mute myself. But yeah, I don't really expect that to happen. Trying because of that a little later, starting a little later too, which means I'm also kind of a little bit more awake. Let's scroll down the 24-hour peak concurrent chart here, see what people are playing. Although I would say only a little bit more awake. The thought certainly is crossing my mind today that people just don't really get me at my best as I was 10-20 years ago. Yeah. But yeah, I wake up with poor sleep quality every day and don't eat enough food, so don't have enough protein in me basically for a brain to function correctly, and in general my brain I think is just also mush. And I imagine playing blueprints, which is what I've been doing pretty non-stop now for several weeks, is also turning my brain to mush. And yeah, it's a certainly weird situation with blueprints in that there are at least 3 acts in the game. I'm into the 3rd act. I am at a point now where I'm really running out of other things to do, as far as just ideas that are coming to me off the top of my head versus looking up the answer as far as what I'm supposed to do. The acts don't, except for the 1st act, don't really start by giving you a direct goal. And yeah. So you're not even really working towards goals as much as you're just wandering around, looking at rooms you've seen dozens of times before, trying to squeeze blood from a turnip, as far as some new trick or some new twist. And the tricks and twists are very minimal. It's a puzzle game that is full of a lot of like Easter egg secrets that are being treated way more importantly than an Easter egg secret really should be treated. Is probably a terrible way to describe it, but that's the best I can think of as to describe it. And that normally an Easter egg is something, if you don't find it, it doesn't matter. In blueprints, if you don't find the Easter eggs, then you can't make any progress. And even if you do find objects and visuals and things, you still very well may not figure out what it means or how it works. Like a lot of puzzle games, the solutions are really only in the minds of the creators, and it takes the entire internet working together to figure out what the creator was trying to imply. That is one of the things, and I've been making a lot of comparisons to Myst, which is kind of a weird comparison to make considering it's such an incredibly old game that has its own flaws. But in Myst 1, you are put into a age, which is its own separate area, and while there may be puzzles and things to interact with in that age and separate area, you know that there is in those ages a blue page and a red page, and that is what you're looking for. You're looking for blue pages, red pages, and you're looking for the linking book back to get to the main central hub, Myst Island. There are other things that will inform you and help you make the right decision in the final choice, which is really the only choice in Myst. And so yeah, you want to look around, and in like Channelwood, there is a whole water flowing puzzle to power elevators to get up to the higher canopy that you have to solve before you get to the blue pages and the red pages, and that is pretty consistent with each age, is that you are solving a unique puzzle to that age before you can get to the in section to get the pages. Whereas in blueprints, you are giving a random draft of 3 rooms to put in every one of potentially, I would say it's probably 43 squares, and in those rooms there is a tiny amount of square footage. I mean, you are really just getting about a 10 by 10 foot room, and in that room may have its own separate puzzle if it's one of the 2 puzzle games that exist, but otherwise a normal room is not going to have a puzzle that is actually specific and locked into that one room. Instead, there are puzzles, at least 2, possibly more puzzles in every single room that have to synergize with all the other rooms. And a lot of what you do is not even centered around the rooms and room placement, which again is just a random draft, and is instead taking place on the outside, which really gives an interesting point that Blueprints feels like it's 3 games between its 3 different acts, and the whole outside element of the world is trying to be a balancing force to some extent. So if you have a really bad random run of room placement, you still might be able to do something, but it really doesn't work that way at all. If you have a terrible run, you just have a terrible run. And I've got to really give it up for the foundation room in particular. You've got to place that, if you place that in a really good position, high up in the ranks, it will save so many runs. But if you don't have it, or you don't place it in a good position, if it's low in the ranks, it will be pretty useless. Inherently, there is a reason that the foundation makes way more sense in the upper ranks, rank 8 or 9. In fact, there's really only 2 spots of the 45 spots that you really should put it in. But then there's just a lot of things that you would have never thought of doing. In particular, there's like 1 of 12 blessings that you may have never even seen or found, because you may have never even gone into the shrine and drafted the shrine. So without those blessings, you can't do anything else. So increasingly, as you get into the second act and into the third act of the game, less and less of what the gameplay mechanic was in the first act matters. Really to the point where maybe once you were done with the first act, once you got to room 46, maybe you should just have a static house completely and get rid of the random drafting. Certainly would speed up the process if that was the case, where you find room 46 and then that just drafts an ideal layout of a house, and then you are just wandering around a house, not having to deal with keys and placement, looking for secrets within the house. It certainly is a thought. Here's that Game Quest Backlog Battler game being wishlisted. But yeah. The idea of a puzzle game, I think, really should have areas that are enclosed for each puzzle. Whether it's the way Talos Principle does it in that you're literally in a walled section to solve the laser puzzles, so you know you're just having to solve the puzzle within the bounds of those, or if you solve the puzzle outside of the bounds of the walled section in the Talos Principle, you're doing something particularly fancy. And then, yeah, there was a few things in the Talos Principle that broke out of the bounds of that rule set, and you were doing some fancy things outside of the walls, but not that many things. And they kind of were obvious as you continued to play. The game really pushed you to think outside the box, literally. But yeah. Even the Talos Principle walled sections, though, are probably closer to 50 by 50 feet squared on average, not a 10 by 10 foot room. It, as a suggestion also occurred to me for blueprints, could have been the case that you went into each room, and the first time you were in that room, you had to solve a special puzzle. But then after you solved that special puzzle, the room was just unlocked. Which that wouldn't be too far away from a lot of the fighting action games too. You get into a room, a magical barrier is on the door, you have to defeat all the enemies to escape. Zelda like. Yeah, and I guess if we think about Zelda puzzle rooms, that's exactly what they are. Breath of the Wild puzzle rooms. Bigger areas, very separate from the overworld. I don't know if puzzle games really need a huge overworld. I think the overworlds in most games these days are too big and too empty. Breath of the Wild is probably a great example of that. And a lot of that, like Wind Waker generations before, is just them hiding streaming loading because they can't have a bunch of stuff really compacted together, which, in fairness, Blueprints' performance does seem to take a tumble after leaving the game paused and running for a few days. Almost certainly has a memory leak in it, and yeah, its Unreal Engine design is probably not very optimized. Yeah, Blueprints almost certainly is suffering from asset flipping of a sort, in that they probably went to an asset store and bought a lot of 3D models for things and threw them into the room designs just because it was easy and could be done. But it also makes things really cluttered. Like, you'll get into the library and there will, for instance, be just a ton of books you cannot interact with on the walls, and it makes the whole library feel very cluttered. And then the one book you might be able to read is on a table in the middle of the library sometimes, or on a pedestal. In a couple of other books are on pedestals. But that is how drastically they had to segregate the interactable books from the non-interactable books. Of course, when you're building rooms of an estate mansion, you would expect it to be fairly densely decorated. That's why when you look at a lot of puzzle games, Rethink, Portal, there is also just a huge amount of minimalism displayed too. Like, Valve went over Portal 1 with a fine-tooth comb, making sure that if there was a visual element, it was either so innocuous that you wouldn't pay attention to it, or it was really obvious because it was necessary to pay attention to it. For the most part, that ended up with white panels and on the wall and damage on the wall somewhere where it wouldn't really look like there was anything else to take note of. And then the actual portal elements and platform elements looked very much different and stood out from the boring background elements like the white panel walls. Rethink has a similar aspect to it in that it's very minimalistic in its design, and even then it is still not 100% minimalistic, because you'll have plants here and there, and you'll have a little bit of elements being used. I am in an increasing weird situation with blueprints, and I still don't want to really spoil too much from it, other than to say that getting to room 46 is really only beating a third of the game at most, and I still wouldn't blame people for bowing out and not trying to do anything more if they got to room 46, particularly if you're not really feeling it, because the process of getting to room 46 is really just going to be repeated over and over again. A comparison I think to make is, I'm on like day 80. Let's just say I'm on day 80. I might be a little bit further. It took me, I think, 26 days to get to room 46. And at the beginning of the game, they tell you you only have 45 days to get to room 46, or you'll lose. I don't know if that's really true, if anything would happen if you pass the 45-day mark. I will also spoil a small thing and say that you want stars, and you want to continue to collect stars well into the hundreds of numbers, and not waste them, because that is exactly what I did, and I managed to figure a way to get a bit of boost of stars, but I was up to like 100, and then I spent basically all of them, and then I found out, no, you actually want 200 or 300 stars. Actually, I was probably closer to 60 than 100, come to think of it. But yeah, the stars and the allowance are things that you don't just easily increase. Yeah. And so I really now am at the point where I have 5 or 6 things I'd like to do just because I think it might be cool to do them. And then I have one thing that I'm really trying to focus on. And then there is the dead-end achievement nonsense that I think is unlikely I'd ever be able to pull that off. But yeah, the tricks and the gimmicks are fairly minimal, and my understanding of the whole experience on Blueprints has been pretty bad too. It is certainly interesting to watch Cracking the Cryptic, and that is half of my homework now, is that I'm watching YouTube videos of people playing Blueprints to see if I have a better understanding of how things were supposed to be solved, instead of just looking up the answer, which I did for a couple of puzzles, and seeing just Cracking the Cryptic's experience, which is a unique experience certainly, as they are playing once per week, and one of the guys is definitely not anywhere as interested in it as the other, and because of the unique inability to exit out of the game and just save your state, the guy who is actually playing the game is often now playing a whole second half of the day and experiencing things without the other guy, which in fairness, while co-op puzzling sounds interesting amongst friends, it probably is a real nightmare experience and it's not the way any puzzle game should really be designed. I still am doing the dailies for Pokemon TCG Pocket. The Android Google Play Store even put out a warning to me saying, hey, don't lose your streak, go back and play this games. But yeah, there's really not a lot going on with Pokemon TCG Pocket right now, and not a lot going on with Memento Mori right now, which is good because it does allow me to shift my focus quite a bit to just blueprints all day, every day. Yeah. In the middle of recording an episode of Blueprints, my water leak detector set off an alarm. I set up my dishwasher, and as the dishwasher was going, it found a leak, which, yeah, I had organized and done a really nice job, if I do say so myself, of organizing under my sink after having to scrape and sand and paint the wood, and I had let the paint sit out open air for several weeks for it to cure, which means potentially there was a leak dropping on that paint that whole time, but whatever. These leaks are tiny little drops, but it also might have been the heat of the dishwasher and the amount being pumped out with an actual pump that was creating more pressure than what the sink was capable of producing. Yeah, I had hired someone to install a wave activated faucet for my kitchen sink, and he disassembled all of the P-trap setup, which, because I have the plumbed in SwitchBot RoboVac, which I've gotten very little use out of that in the past couple of years, basically none, but because it is plumbed in, there's even extra connections, and so none of the connections when this worker put it back together were tightened enough to actually be watertight, and they didn't bother to test it, which is unfortunately far too typical amongst contractors to do something and not even do a basic leak test on plumbing. It's pretty crazy. Let's look at the achievements here and see if I ever got that achievement for the diploma trophy. Yes, I did. Okay, so it didn't kick in until I exited out of the program. And yeah, the drafting strategy is the dead end strategy. That's going to be hard. And I haven't even done dare mode or curse mode. And then reaching room 46 in one day or under an hour still feels like something I really couldn't do. Yeah, there really doesn't seem like there's a trick to it so much as it would just be, I don't know, starting a new save file and running and hoping things go well. And I just don't see how things really would go well in that way. Yeah, nothing directly comes to mind. Everything in Blueprints basically takes forever and has way too much grind in it. Past playtime says, is it really 2,216 hours? Last 2 weeks, 229 hours. Yeah. That's me leaving it paused a lot, but I bet I am probably 130 to 150 hours into Blueprints. And I do have this tweaking desire to play another puzzle game when I'm done, but I'm not anywhere done, so that desire very possibly is going to evaporate. But yeah, I really don't know what puzzle game I would play, or if it would want to be something that would directly contrast with Blueprints. It would almost certainly have to be an older game, but also I don't want to just jump into playing Myst one more time, or replaying like a remastered version of the Talos Principle 1. Yeah, there's definitely diminishing returns. I also need to actually schedule Blueprints to come out and then get back to some of my backlog of other shows and schedule them too. Like I am actively hurting my channel very much at this point by not having footage come out. I suppose it's worth mentioning, it's not very video game related, but TrueNAS had a security patch update like a bunch of Linuxes. So whenever I get my servers set up running TrueNAS, that would have been a case to make sure they're updated. Although I would kind of feel like my servers probably should either automatically update for security patches and nothing else, or just be rock solid and never update anything at all. Now, I heard from one of the YouTube channels I follow, Sex Positive Gaming, that Steam is changing its popular promotion algorithm. I'm not sure exactly which one that would be, whether it would be popular upcoming or whether it would be new and trending, or whether it would be a whole separate thing on the front page. But the general gist of what I think they're doing is to make more of a promotion of games that really don't need the promotion as much, which is typical for a storefront, is that you'll see Coca-Cola promoted despite the fact that everybody knows what Coca-Cola is and everybody has their own formed opinions around Coca-Cola. Whereas if we were trying to get to the, I don't want to say autocracy, that's the wrong word. There is a cracy, something that ends cracy. Can't think of the word. Meritocracy, that's the word I'm thinking of, I think. Yeah. I would rather Steam be a meritocracy, where the best games get promoted because they are the best games, not because they just have the biggest advertising budget and push people to play them. That being said, even if it was a meritocracy, a new game that isn't out yet, that hasn't been played by anybody, can't be really metriced into merit, can it? So there really needs to be a push towards new games that haven't even been seen or reviewed yet, which would be closer to equal opportunity type thoughts, or even special opportunities for smaller games, for indie games, to promote indies as general. In general. Steam Deck is not available refurbished. Yeah, one of the things about potentially getting GameCube, Wii, or even Switch games running on a Steam Deck, which I'm pretty sure they could all run to some level, maybe Switch games run somewhat badly, is that the amount of space for a micro SD card to hold that, if you were going to have a large collection of the most recent console games, I don't know why you would particularly try to emulate PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X games. There's almost no exclusives there, and in many cases, in most cases, even if it was exclusive to the console, there's also a Steam version that would run better with Proton. There is very few exceptions there, in very, very few cases that the console versions of games are somehow better than the PC versions of games. Yeah, PlayStation games might be the closest ones that have a chance of the PlayStation 5 version of the game being better than the PC Steam version of the game. But yeah, consoles these days are basically just computers. But yeah, you go back to Switch, which is really the only hardware that's kind of unique, and those games are like 10 to 12 gigabytes each. And if the biggest internal storage you can have on a Steam Deck is 1 terabyte, and you're paying $600 for the Steam Deck, or maybe $700 or $800 for that 1 terabyte Steam Deck now, and that's if you're not paying massive markups because it's not available. The cost of getting a old Switch used will be a lot less than that. So it is easier by far, but it's also cheaper to just have an old Switch around to play Switch games instead of trying to put it all in one place. And yeah, micro SD prices have gone up quite a lot, so even if you can get your hands on a 1.5 to 2 terabyte micro SD card, you may be paying $200 or $300 for that, if not a lot more. So yeah, I would really love to see all this AI nonsense bubble burst and see the cost of hard drives and micro SD cards and RAM all fall down. There was an article just a couple days ago saying motherboard sales are down massive numbers, 30 to 50%, because nobody's going to buy a motherboard when they can't put RAM in it. Or there are increasing deals with 1 stick of RAM in a DDR motherboard, which every motherboard that's modern is going to be DDR, so 1 stick is going to have potentially significant performance degradation compared to 2 sticks of RAM and a dual channel kit. But yeah, you really aren't at the point now where storage is free, and I'd like if that was the case. Although I think I heard somewhere that the human brain is somewhere around 35 terabytes of data. It's an odd comparison to make, certainly, but yeah, just about the time where infinite storage might be available and cheap, we'll probably have somebody discover a technology that at least claims can scan the human brain in there into the storage device, and you're going to have people backing up their brains to 35 terabyte hard drive arrays, which will just skyrocket the price of storage again. Yeah, there are real world physical limitations on how small the magnetic lines can happen on a hard drive until we figure out how to encode data into some other kind of medium like crystals or something. We are stuck. If we could encode it in DNA holds a massive amount of data, but we don't have the process to preserve DNA and encode it and read it and write it. Alright, I did want to mention people are getting their Steam controllers and starting to put out, you know, the buzzworthy videos. The big news today is that if you drop the Steam controller, it'll have a high chance of doing a Wilhelm scream, which seems like on day one you have people now being encouraged to drop their $100 controller, which sounds really stupid. And there is something interesting in the technology there, in that there is no speaker as the technology is understood inside of the controller, which, yeah, I don't think there really should be a speaker inside the controller, or a microphone. I think that an accessory attaching to that, if you want a microphone and speaker, could be made if that was really high in demand. So what it does instead to make sounds is it is very precisely using the high definition rumble motors in there to make the sound, which the technology between a motor spinning to make a rumble and a motor and the speaker are not really that dissimilar. It's just coils around something magnetic to increase the magnetic field or decrease the magnetic field. They're just designed in very different ways. Yeah, my only problem with the Steam controller really at the moment still is the price. People are making videos. I saw a video talking about, I think they call it gecko mode, or just how it works out of the box when the Steam client isn't open and it acts as a keyboard and mouse. The thing I really would want to see is if you can actually log into Windows and get into the BIOS with a Steam controller. You're getting past the boot potentially, so that might mean you can get into the BIOS. That probably means you can get into the BIOS. But yeah, some motherboards would say no keyboard mouse detected if you just had the Steam controller and no keyboard and mouse plugged into it, and that's where I would really like to know if it is capable of truly emulating keyboard and mice, or if that only gets kicked in at Windows boot or at login. It doesn't seem like that the action to bring up the on-screen keyboard that is provided by the Steam client will also hotkey into bringing up like the Windows keyboard, because there is a Windows on-screen keyboard, but I don't have it memorized as far as what Windows button you'd have to press to get it. I would suspect it might be Windows K, and there probably is a Mac OS on-screen keyboard, and it probably is a pretty standard way to bring up an on-screen keyboard in most Linux distros. We still haven't heard anything about the Steam machine or the Steam frame. Steam frame, I think, will just quietly continue to not come out, and people won't even talk about it. So yeah, we don't really feel like there's a big experience or announcement around the corner. This Librarian Tidy Up game has been popular enough that I think I could see myself playing it. It would be an interesting contrast considering how books do play a decent role in Blueprints. Not anywhere as much of a role as books in Myst. But yeah, there's a decent reason that I could just play that game and be happy with it. Yeah. Alright, well, that's probably enough warm-up. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about. Yeah. I've been fairly singular of purpose. I did order groceries, and it does feel like it could be as much as 30% more expensive this week compared to even last week as far as ordering groceries. Yeah, I am mostly just trying to make a little bit of progress here, a little bit of progress there, and cleaning and decluttering, and motivate myself to do the few last things that I really am putting off and not doing. So yeah, let's go through the Video Games Chronicle news, and I guess we'll try and go further. So here's the article, or one of them. The Scream controller has a hidden Easter egg. It screams if you drop it. The controller uses its haptic motors to recreate the Wilhelm scream. Apparently the original Steam controller also had similar capabilities, and there was people capable of doing all kinds of audio there. The Wilhelm scream in particular is probably not the most high fidelity sound effect, so it probably is easier to make with the haptic motors, whereas if you were to try and do something with like violins or human voice singing at a high pitch, I suspect that might be harder. Or, you know, high pitches might be okay, but then low pitches might be a problem. The Wilhelm scream as an in-joke amongst movie makers and TV sound professionals has long since left being a funny in-joke to me to just being something that I think is now often put in just through sheer obligation and laziness on the parts of audio people. And yeah, it is a lot like just adding laugh tracks and the same laughs from the same laugh tracks over and over again. But yeah, you'll see this person dropped it on a cushion of sorts, mattress or blanket. But yeah, it is also kind of crazy just to have an Easter egg that has people now encouraged to throw their controllers. That I don't know if you really even need an Easter egg in your controller. Perhaps that's part of the problem of how Valve does business, and I don't know if the people that work in Redmond, Washington in the regular Valve offices are actually even the people making the Steam controller versus them hiring out a second party developer to do the hardware stuff. and just kind of overseeing things. Regardless, if somebody having free time to do that is a little weird, because I imagine something else could have been improved upon. Although it does open up the possibility of controllers making sound effects. It would be a unique ability that would only work for games or programs that are specifically programmed to do that. Yeah. Valve would have to make a whole new API basically to send an audio file in some uniquely encoded format into a wave pattern to be sent as vibrations. I don't think it would just work. I don't think you could send the exact same data to the vibrations of an Xbox controller and know the acoustics well enough that it would actually sound anywhere close to right. Moving on, the Taken boss Katsuhiro Harada has joined SNK. The former Bandai Namco GM has formed a new studio in Tokyo with the King of Fighters firm. Interesting. So, you're seeing a merger of talent, perhaps, in that two of the lesser received games, King of Fighters and what is the other one? SNK games in general, I guess, might come out with something slightly more popular. And with a new studio, maybe they could start a whole new series with a whole new group of characters, which I think might not be a bad idea. That King of Fighters as a brand and some of the other fighter games like Tekken maybe should just be left to the history, and then spiritual successors to Tekken and King of Fighters could be made with a whole new group of people. It is an interesting question. If you were going to make a new fighting game, do you make original characters based on stereotypes like you would in the past, where you'd have a Chinese fighter dressed in very traditional Chinese clothing and a Japanese fighter more in a different Japanese clothing, and make different countries be represented, usually by different characters? You probably don't make original characters at all, if I was to guess. I wouldn't be surprised if they very quickly announced that they have a licensing deal for some Marvel or DC group of people. It would be interesting if they were making the next Injustice game, for instance, instead of Warner Brothers games. This also certainly shows that Bandai Namco probably doesn't care that much about Tekken, or this guy being in charge of Tekken at the very least. And increasingly we're seeing, at least in the games industry, Japanese people being willing to leave and form their own studios and not just stay with the same company out of loyalty, out of the misplaced crazy Japanese loyalty that existed in previous generations of workers. I don't know if that really is establishing anything more than a fake hope for your average salary man working in Japan, because I haven't really seen any stories of average Japanese people quitting their corporate jobs and going and forming their own small independent small company type businesses. Yeah, I guess I have to leave it at that. Let's see. PlayStation exec says the next few years of unannounced game is unbelievably positive. There are no dire times ahead for the industry. Sony's third-party games boss believes the industry should be optimistic for the future. I am surprised they could even open their mouths without mentioning AI. And certainly I guess there is a benefit to push positivity, but I don't know how you can push positivity amidst a whole bunch of AI usage, a whole bunch of layoffs, and PlayStation themselves really not having anything to announce. Is this even Astrobot? Yeah, I don't think there's any Astrobots in development. This looks like this might be a soccer game, which sports games will come. The next God of War game is rumored to be not really a God of War game in the sense that you'll be playing as Kratos, and instead I think you're playing as some kind of female protagonist, which that almost certainly is going to receive some kind of pushback. There's little chance that a Horizon game would catch people's attention. There probably is going to be another Spider-Man game that will be received well enough, just because it's Spider-Man. And I really don't foresee a whole bunch of like new titles, new IPs coming out. Meanwhile, the price for the PlayStation has gone up as a console, and the number of system seller games has been low for PS4 and PS5 for a long time. So yeah, positivity is nice and all, but it is questionable. It's unbelievable, I guess is the right term. Nintendo announces a limited Switch 2 console and game bundle ahead of the planned price rise. Starting next month, Switch 2 will be available bundled with either Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Bonanza, or Pokemon Pokepia. Which, I think Donkey Kong Bonanza there is really the only thing you would describe as a good full game, because Mario Kart World is mediocre. Even with its most recent updates, I still would describe it as mediocre. Pokemon Pokepia is more like a mobile game than a full game. And yeah, all of these games are kind of old, at least a month old for Pokemon Pokepia. Mario Kart World, very old. So yeah, that's not a lot of system sellers for the Switch 2. And I don't know if I can really recommend people buying a Switch 2. I really don't think I can. Yeah. You do get into a weird point, though, if I think about it. Do I recommend buying anything at the moment? If a kid needs a game console, he just has nothing at all, and you cannot get a great collection of Switch 1 games and a Switch without Joy-Con drift, a Switch 1 without Joy-Con drift used, that would be my real suggestion. What do you recommend? I guess I'm in the holding position where I'd recommend hold off and get a Steam machine, regardless of what its price is, and go that way. Or if you can get a Steam Deck cheap, get a Steam Deck if you want handheld portability. But yeah, I can't really recommend an Xbox or even a used Xbox cheap. Can't really recommend a PlayStation or even a used PlayStation cheap. I mean, I don't think you'd ever even get the price down on a PlayStation 4 or 5 enough to justify it as a 4K Blu-ray UHD player, which I'm not 100% sure that even the PlayStation 5 can play movies. But yeah, there was a Slick Deals for one UHD, 4K UHD disc that was like $10. Wasn't a movie though that I really recognized, so I skipped it. But yeah, if we're getting down to the point where the most premium of video movies can be $10, it really goes to show that they are clearing out a lot of inventory on those movies and physical media in particular. But yeah, I can't recommend the Switch 2, even if it somehow was really cheap. I guess if it was cheap and it was new, maybe, but you won't find that deal. Yeah. With everything else going up, paying $500 for a console is pretty crazy. Let's see. Moving on, Arc Raiders receives a new patch as Embark says it's fixed an issue with the missing skill points. We're still tracking the remaining accounts affected. Seems like the way they set it up has created a situation where they have to manually find the thing. Yeah. Video Games Chronicle here has a video of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle running on the Switch 2 docked and handheld. I'm sure DF Retro will probably mention this too. Pretty visually demanding game, so I imagine the experience is going to be compromised one way or the other on the Switch 2. But yeah, a lot of that also just comes down to expectations and standards there, is that if you grow up only playing on a Switch, the visuals are going to look fine to you. If you have a $3,000 graphics card in your computer, then visuals are going to look a lot better, and that will be your new standard. Which there is a real danger of spoiling yourself by having a very fancy machine and that can do very fancy graphics, and then having to play something lesser like a Switch 2 or even a game console, Xbox Series X or PlayStation 5. Let's see. The developer who produced EA's James Bond game says Batman Arkham Asylum was exactly what we should have done. Nightfire, Everything or Nothing, and From Russia with Love were a challenge to make. These would have been pretty old games that they're mentioning, and they're comparing them to Batman Arkham Asylum 1, which itself is a pretty old game, but I still feel like there's a pretty big gap between Nightfire, Everything or Nothing, and From Russia with Love, which this is a great example of where the Oxford comma probably should come into play, and there should be a comma after Everything and Nothing, or better yet, put these all in quotation marks so you know Everything or Nothing is the title of the second game, and then From Russia with Love is the title of the third game. Like, obviously they're not allergic to using quotes as quotations, but you could also use single quotes to help make that read better. Yeah. So yeah, Nightfire was 2002. Are they going to actually tell us when Arkham Asylum came out? I'm not sure. Yeah, this is like for GameCube is when From Russia from Love was made, so yeah. Arkham Asylum was not available for GameCube. So it's a really unfair comparison for them to make against themselves, is to say we should have made a game that came out at least one generation, if not 2 or 3 generations later. And yeah, I'm trying to think if it actually makes sense to make a James Bond game like Arkham Asylum. Thinking specifically about Arkham Asylum, the first game. Uh, it is a very, very linear Metroidvania game. The Arkham Island is a small little open world that lets you cross paths, but the actual directions you can go and should go are fairly limited down to like one path and then several wrong paths that might help you for a while until you hit a dead end. Um, does it make sense for a James Bond game to be a Metroidvania game? James Bond was known in at least the past for being a lot about gadgets, so I could see that the gadgets you collect in Arkham Asylum for Batman might synergize with James Bond, as the gadgets acted as keys to let you in other areas. James Bond is fairly well known for henchmen, bad guys, and main bad guys, so you could potentially have several different bad guys in several different regions of a Metroidvania, but usually a James Bond movie only has like one henchman and one main bad guy, so you would probably end up having the henchman fight you multiple times if you were to make an Arkham Asylum with James Bond. James Bond is also known for the ladies, which for the time those games were made, I don't think you could really do too much there. You could potentially have James Bond bump into ladies a lot in different areas in a Metroidvania. Sometimes the ladies would fight him, sometimes they would wine and dine him, or he'd wine and dine them. That is leaving the elephant in the room out of the conversation, though, which is that Arkham Asylum had a terrible fighting mechanic, and I'm not sure it ever in its series got really great, in that you are doing a lot of button mashing to do combos, to do very brutal finishing moves where you're slamming people's heads into the ground. And that kind of physicality, no guns mentality that makes sense with Batman absolutely would not work with James Bond. Yeah, James Bond barely shot people. He got shot at a lot. But when he was converted to video games and established in GoldenEye 64 in particular, the game version of James Bond did become much more of a shooter game series. So then you would have a Metroidvania where you would have James Bond running around shooting people, or you would have some kind of excuse you'd have to put as to why he couldn't shoot people. In a lot of ways, it feels like you would have to have something closer to a Hitman game where you play as James Bond. And honestly, that makes a lot more sense. In the gadgets and Metroidvania aspects would be very different in a Hitman game than a Metroidvania, like Arkham Asylum was. But yeah, I could probably go on, and what James Bond means to me certainly is not what James Bond means to later generations of people. Yeah, this Pierce Brosnan, I believe James Bond in particular, is just not the James Bond of the most recent movies, and that James Bond game that is coming out really looks nothing like this James Bond. But yeah, I think this is just a great example of somebody doing an interview and it not really being, like most interviews, not really being that newsworthy. And in that, they are making comparisons that are old. Just old comparisons and it probably just shows that they haven't played modern games. And this was the person being interviewed was the localization producer, so not even like the director making these statements. And then he went on to produce the Dead Space trilogies, I guess, in total, which maybe he's then the guy who started that new company that tried to make a spiritual successor to Dead Space and failed miserably there. Yeah. There is a real question as far as whether you actually want to even control James Bond versus what you want to just watch James Bond do things. And again, it comes back to what James Bond you're even thinking of. Because yeah, the James Bond of modern times is much more of an action James Bond. And can we not get that to disappear? That took forever. But yeah, just look at this trailer here and look at the low polygons that they were working with back in the day. Yeah. I saw a YouTube video of someone making their own system to upscale pixel art for some of the I think Space Quest games, which are really like low resolution pixel art images. And yeah, there's something unique about the images in that they were scalable vector graphics, so upscaling could actually be done versus something like this where the 3D models themselves probably are lost and couldn't just be scaled up and probably aren't built directly into it. It's interesting how the trailer shows pictures of the movie at the end there, just sharp contrast from what they're actually showing you as far as 3D models. Yeah. Oh yeah, here is some other news I saw from Sex Positive Gaming. Kickstarter has drastically banned almost all adult content now. So a huge amount of game developers who would have wanted to make more mature adult games, which I wonder if I kind of wish games had gone more into the mature direction as that just being acceptable, and I kind of think that James Bond itself should probably be a rated R, hard R series, bordering on NC-17 as a series, instead of bordering, I think, a lot closer to PG-13 these days. But yeah, tons of game developers and other kinds of art developers were using Kickstarter, so like comic books and novels and video games now are deplatformed for the most part from Kickstarter. And I don't know if there is another platform that really replaces that as a platform. I mean, it keeps running into the same problem that it's Stripe and Visa and PayPal that are effectively enforcing these censorious rules on companies. So at some point we're going to have sites that are built around either cryptocurrency or foreign money exchanges, and I don't know how many people would really jump into a Kickstarter that is based on a cryptocurrency or foreign money exchange. Yeah. You would have to basically create some kind of like coin system where you subscribe to a Kickstarter like website via cryptocurrency, and then that website itself each month for the subscription would give you coins that you could upvote and donate to things. But yeah, even then, getting the money into cryptocurrency almost has to be its own separate thing, and a lot of cryptocurrencies are probably going to be deplatformed in the future. Yeah, in a lot of ways, if I was in charge of making a James Bond movie, it probably would be a lot closer to a Telltale game or a visual novel. Like, it wouldn't be just flat images and text, but I mean, a lot of James Bond movies in the past were just a lot talking, way more talking than you would think. But yeah, I would want to see a lot more conversations happen in something closer to a Telltale game, and not just have a character running around shooting people. I kind of had the same feeling around the Indiana Jones game though, so there is something to be said with perhaps there is room for these franchises to just be reborn as something completely different. Now I don't know why Blades of Fire is open here. May 14th, 2026, it's about to come out. Let's see. Sega confirms it's still working on numerous reboots of classic IPs despite canceling its Super game. Crazy Taxi, Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, and Jet Set Radio are all still in the works. They pretty much have to say that, I would think, and it does make a lot of sense to say that, but they could be very low budgeted projects that are in the works where one person thinks about it once a month and that's about it. Yeah, I actually played Crazy Taxi for a brief moment. It's surprising how like Burnout Crash and Crazy Taxi are hints at the GameCube era of people making racing games where you were really encouraged to drive badly, and you get coins in Crazy Taxis for near misses. You get points in Crash Burnout for near misses or driving on the wrong side of the road. I feel like if there wasn't some kind of news stories or pressure that happened to have racing games move away from that, there might have just been this internal thought amongst game developers to move away from that, because despite the fact that we still have more racing games than we really need, I don't think any of them these days are designed around any funny concepts such as driving badly. Yeah, maybe it has something to do, I wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with the licensing of actual car models, which there's insane legalese around that, and that you can't just make a car look like other cars without the car manufacturers potentially suing you. So then you end up licensing the models of cars, which you probably shouldn't have to do for a video game. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are restrictions where the cars can't drive past a certain speed, or can't crash and show battle damage, or they can't drive on the wrong side of the road or do any kind of unsafe driving. It might also just be a counterculture thing here, to Jet Set Radio, grinding and spray painting is very counterculture. Streets of Rage, even, it's also counterculture. It does perhaps show an overall trend to that a lot of these Japanese Sega games are fully willing to make games that are set in silly fantasy worlds where everything has been boiled down to being a hyper realistic experience, where everything is just in a boring real world type scenario. Even the next GTA, I guess that's something to keep an eye out for. It'll be interesting to see how much emphasis, if any, there is around driving in illegal ways in the cars in GTA. Yeah, I know there was one game that straight up was penalizing you for running red lights when you were driving, and people were not particularly happy with that. Yeah, great contrast here. Forza Horizon 6 studio threatens a franchise-wide and hardware bans for anyone playing its pirated leak build, which a company has too much power if they can say any other game we've released, we can ban you from those games too. Yeah, that is a little crazy. And honestly, it just makes the argument that everybody should have been pirating all their games from the beginning if the legitimate way only opens you up to being potentially banned later for pirating. Yeah. It is the never let the government know you had a gun in the first place argument, I suppose. Let's see. But yeah, the argument I was making certainly is that here's a great example of a modern game in Forza Horizon 6 that apparently has a pirated leak. And it is a hyper-realistic car, very shiny and reflective, in a hyper-realistic background, assuming this is actually even computer generated. I mean, if you told me this was just a photo, I could believe that. And yeah, they more than likely did license this model of this car. And as far as I know, Forza Horizon 6 is just a racing game, so I don't think there's any mode for doing even silly things like donuts or jumps, or let alone crashing a car or having near misses with other cars. Crazy Taxi is very much an arcade game, and in that it is a very different experience, so it's not trying to simulate an actual racing game. But yeah, we really only have like Sonic Racers and Mario Kart in the kart racing type games that have even a little bit of the idea of bumper cars and driving in unsafe manners. But well, even in that, Mario karts bump into each other, but it isn't a realistic level of collision or violence there. Here we have the story. Sega has canceled development of its Super game as it pivots away from live services games. When you put it in that context, that sounds a lot better, certainly, to just move away from live services. The concept of a super game, I think, really was never sold to us well or explained well. Because, yeah, I don't know what they thought it was even going to be. It probably was that the super game was going to try to be a forever game, and arguably there shouldn't be forever games that, like Fortnite, for instance, where people jump into Fortnite or people jump into Minecraft, and then that is just the game they play forever and they don't play anything else. those kinds of single game gamers or one game per year new gamers aren't contributing much overall to the gaming community because they're not buying new games and they're not in the conversation around new games or old games for that matter. So yeah, they may be counted amongst the number of gamers, but they really won't have a lot to share amongst gamers. Kind of the split between registered Catholics versus the number of Catholics that actually regularly attend Mass, because Catholics are registered as being Catholic by the Catholic Church when they're christened, I believe, basically when they're born, and getting off their rolls and not being registered as a Catholic is a difficult process intentionally. Yeah, I still have in my mind just this thought that there needs to be a split between real gamers and casual gamers and forever gamers and gamer bros who just play military first-person shooters, or co-op gamers only, or competitive gamers only, or fighting game gamers only. While gamers is a big tent, it is really full of thousands of smaller tents of people who really often don't interact that much or overlap that much. Moving on, Discord Nitro is now includes a starter edition of Xbox Game Pass with more than 50 games. Players also get 10 hours of cloud gaming per month, as well as the downloadable games. Which, okay. This does sound like this is the first time Discord Nitro memberships are offering anything that might appeal to me. It still doesn't really appeal to me because I don't want Xbox. But yeah, it's still feeling very much like a roundabout way to go with this. And if you're willing to buy Discord Nitro, it feels like you would have probably already just bought Xbox Game Pass before then. Yeah, it's questionable how many people would let their Xbox Game Pass expire to then get Discord Nitro to get this starter edition of Xbox Game Pass instead. Let's see, the WWE champ Cody Rhodes, is he the champ now? Has said that Nintendo sent him a cease and desist for wearing a Zelda Triforce on his boots. It was polite. They weren't coming after anybody. This was in the 2000s to 2010s. He probably should have fought it. WWE probably didn't want to fight it, but he probably should have fought it, because this triangle pattern, which we'll call the Triforce pattern, is not unique enough to be copyrightable or trademarkable at all. And at no point I think there would be brand confusion between that triangle pattern being on boots of a wrestler versus the triangular pattern being in video games. Yeah. And Zelda really hasn't done a huge amount of stuff with this triangular pattern. This shows the problem with copyrights and trademarks and patents and all that, is it really is whoever gets in there first as far as a gold rush. And those really just don't really, no logic being put behind it. But yeah, it would have been entertaining, to say the least, to see if WWE, which probably in 2000s would have been WWF, were in court yet again for a different reason, because they were probably in that time also in a long-term fight with WWF, the World Wildlife Foundation, and that's why they changed their name to WWE, World Wrestling Entertainment. But yeah, it would have been interesting to see if they were in court and fighting Nintendo on this, seeing Nintendo fail at having anything happen there, which I'm sure Nintendo didn't want to really take it to court because the lawyers probably told them there's no way that has ever been even marked as a trademark, and even if it was marked as a trademark, it would have been a trademark for video games, not for clothing. Which, yes, I'm sure the Triforce was on plenty of other Nintendo clothing apparel, but I again just don't think 3 triangles from that tessellation, which is really all it's depicting, is a well-known triangular tessellation, should have been copyrightable or trademarkable. But obviously WWF didn't want that, because in the 2000s and 2010s the possibility of a WWF video game coming out was way more of a thing. Is that really video game news? I wouldn't really say. It is definitely, I think, indications that we are having a slow news week when we're talking about somebody talking about something from the 2000s on a podcast. Increasingly, we are getting news from people saying things on podcasts, which, when you're talking about things you remember, you can misremember things pretty easily too, or just make up things in podcasts. It definitely has happened before. So I was excited to see this story last stream, and it didn't pop up for some reason. So now it is popped up. Shift Up has said it will publish Stellar Blade 2 instead of Sony. It wants to reach a broad global audience from day one. It is also actively exploring further platform expansion for the first game. Which, what is Stellar Blade not on at the moment? It's on PC, it's on PlayStation. I would assume it is on Xbox, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it never came to Xbox. Yeah, Stellar Blade was released in April 2024 as an exclusive. 14 months later, came out on a PC port, and I guess it never has made it to Xbox or Switch. Interesting. What you probably could also guess here is, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony, which is now under new management, just straight up wasn't willing to fund the development of Stellar Blade, and I wouldn't be surprised if Stellar Blade actually is used as an example by Sony of them not wanting to support third-party developers as much. Stellar Blade came out, people liked it quite a bit. Reviewers mostly ignored it, particularly in the West, and it certainly came out at the wrong time, being in April, to really be in consideration for Game of the Year. I would think it would be very interesting to see if Stellar Blade 2 came out closer to November of some year, so it would be in the conversation for Game of the Year, even though it probably still would be ignored for any kind of awards in the West. It very possibly was the Game of the Year of 2024, if you really think about it, but I think it got trounced by maybe Claire Obscure Expedition 33 that year. Maybe not. But yeah. It's lewd costumes and more mature focus of the costumes in the game didn't ruin the industry, although maybe it was another thing that pushed the debanking of a lot of game companies. But yeah, it is also a part of a bigger story now to follow Shift Up, this tiny little company that was making mobile games just several years ago, jumping to massive amounts of success and making a, if not AAA, at least AA game, and now being a self-publisher in Korea and probably being the biggest publisher below Samsung themselves amongst games. If Samsung does publish any games, I don't think they actually do. They could break into that industry in a matter of weeks, I imagine, since almost all of Samsung is almost all of South Korea seems to be run and owned by Samsung. Just a huge monopoly that needs to be broken up. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if Stellblade comes out, if it does anything unique as far as how it gets published out. I assume it still would have the lewd costumes, and that's really all the game is about. Like, it is heavily inspired by Nier Automata, and its gameplay and its story is basically a simplistic story. The most unique thing was the visuals, and so if they abandoned the visuals, that would be a shame. And it really is just costumes there. But yeah, it would also be kind of weird for Shift Up to do that, because even their new mobile game they're developing still has very much the lewd visual aesthetic. If Shift Up goes mainstream in its visuals, then it's going to be very boring. But yeah, I also would like to see Shift Up just publish other games and promote more Korean games, which might be an emerging market overall, particularly since mobile gaming, which is what I think Korean games mostly have been up until this point, is probably not growing anymore. Moving on, Nintendo is changing the name of My Nintendo Store later this month. Change will seemingly be happening across all regions. What's the new name? Just Nintendo Store. Okay. Probably simplifies it. Although weirdly, every little change does highlight something, in that this is now a shopping bag where it was a Mario hat, so there's a de-emphasis on Mario, which maybe there is a whole thought here around de-emphasizing Mario, as Shigeru Miyamoto might be falling out of favor or retiring, and Mario himself may just be falling out of favor. They're eliminating the trademark from My Nintendo Store, and eliminating the phrase "my" from it probably makes it easier to say out loud. But also, My Nintendo Store implies that you're getting a very customized special store, when you probably were never actually getting that. Moving on to the Gamatsu articles, or you know what, let's take a bathroom break first and then we'll move on. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so let's go through the Gematsu articles now. A high-octane 2D gun-fu action game, Noir Bloom, has been announced for PC. Which, okay. Yeah. I don't want to watch the trailer here. We'll look at it on Steam. Wow, I am just starting now, after that break, really feeling like I just wish games would stop getting announced. Or I wish games could just come out the day that they are announced. There has been this long-running problem for years of too many games coming out or too many games getting announced and not enough time to play them. And certainly when you're playing a game like Blueprints that is taking... Oops, almost made a huge mistake there. That 154 tabs. We've already closed a bunch. But yeah, it's overwhelming to me. I don't know how overwhelming it really is to your average gamer who doesn't even hear about most of these games, though. And a lot of the games are certainly dismissible. I imagine Spooky Spirit Shooting Gallery coming to the Switch 2 on August 6th in Japan is not really that informative for me, since I'm not in Japan. Silent Hill F shipments and digital sales have topped 2 million. That is not very many when you consider how long the game has been out. Yeah, it went to 1 million within days of its release, and it was released April. No, not April 22nd. That's when it hit 2 million. Yeah, it was released in September 25th, 2025, so you're talking nearly 6 months. It's been out to get to 2 million. Although sales numbers probably don't really matter that much anyways. The real thing is the actual reception around Silent Hill F, which is mostly quiet, which I guess maybe game critics now have just adopted the if you don't have something nice to say, don't even bother saying it, or maybe I've just curated the game critics I actually follow down to the point that they don't say anything particularly negative. Regardless, Silent Hill F was not praised like it should have been, like a Silent Hill game. It does not feel like an actual Silent Hill game to me. And the future of Silent Hill continues to seem like Konami is going to just license the name Silent Hill to anybody who's going to make any kind of horror game. But yeah, the Silent Hill 2 remake comparisons really should be made as far as how fast did they get to 2 million sales and how was it received in particular. And yeah, you can see in the last 30 days 74% positive with 598 reviews overall. It's 80% positive. It's not a bad game by any means. If it had been named anything else, it would have been something I could have sung much more of the praises for. But it definitely just looks like it is way more Fatal Frame than Silent Hill. Just by the fact that you're playing as a Japanese schoolgirl in a Japanese-like environment. The 24-hour peak of people playing it is 509. Its all-time peak is 22,621, which those numbers don't matter as much because of the fact that it's a single-player game. But yeah, let's just click on Silent Hill 2 to contrast that. It is still rated 91% with 921 reviews in the last 30 days, so nearly double. And overall, it's 94% positive. There is 722 people playing in the last 24 hours, and its all-time peak was about 1,000 more. So, yeah. It would be fairly weird also to buy Silent Hill 2 and try and make some kind of comparison and buy both of them in a bundle. Like, even as a content creator, I don't think I would take on such a task as that. Seems like you would really just be comparing apples to oranges just because they both are called Silent Hill. Yeah, and yeah, for what Silent Hill means to, I think, everybody, the expectation is a pyramid head type character. I don't think Silent Hill F really has a pyramid head type character. And oddly, I think Silent Hill F actually has more fighting, particularly on a second playthrough or playing through it on easy, than you would expect. Whereas I think his name is James in Silent Hill 2. I think mostly he's shooting guns with limited amounts of bullets and running or swinging sticks. You have these other kinds of monsters, which there's basically only one kind of monster in Silent Hill F that I've ever seen. You're playing as an adult protagonist, not a child. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that Silent Hill 2 and the Silent Hill game series up until that point is much more into a surreal horror experience, where Silent Hill F feels like it's slightly more of a fantasy experience. Moving on, the 2.5D story-driven turn-based RPG Echoes of the Flame has been announced for PC. Okay. There's far too many RPG games that exist now, particularly if you start to look into the history of older ones. But also, if you look into the history of older RPG games, you realize very quickly that the vast majority of them are not relevant anymore. There's just no reason you would play something, an old JRPG or RPG game in general. There's a lot of games that had to be made to finally get to some of the RPGs that are still popular these days, which I guess is probably Skyrim and Fallout and Dragon Quest on the JRPG side, and whatever Final Fantasy games are these days. It is very much the case where a lot of games are not actually RPG games, but are games that have RPG elements, and they've taken the best of the RPG elements and simplified them and then gotten rid of the rest of them. Moving on, 4P GP is coming to the PS5 and PC on June 11th. It's currently already available for the Switch 2 and the Switch. So, yeah. I assume that is 4-player Grand Prix. Captain Tsubasa 2 World Fighters launches August 27th in Japan and then August 28th worldwide. This is a soccer game despite having World Fighters in the title. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a soccer game. Which soccer may just be becoming increasingly popular. So yeah, you have another kind of realistic racing game that, even if I was to get this, I don't know why I would get it, and I don't think there would be a way for me to cover it. There's just going to be so little to say as far as my expertise not being very much at all around racing games, and it just being a racing game. I'd have a hard time really even like making coverage and criticizing Mario Kart. A lot of those games are definitely designed in ways to be for multiplayer. There's a lot of intentional fouling, I would call it. It seems like is happening here. Here you have this guy winding up for a kick and magical dragon energy awkwardly placed here. But then a knee being this high up and potentially kicking the ball directly into the stomach of someone, I think probably would be a foul in soccer. Yeah, soccer fouling, this knee being this high up and kicking the ball and then someone jumping in front of it wouldn't be a foul, I guess. So maybe there's just a lot of people putting their body at risk here. But yeah. Yeah. Instead of Inazuma 11, Captain Tsubasa is probably an older anime series. It would be my guess. You have a team of all male presenting Japanese characters with very standard Japanese black hair. Swear I'm not colorblind. Just like black eyes. One guy tan, different haircuts, but yeah. Inazuma 11, much more anime by modern standards, kawaii style, where this seems to be an older, more realistic style. Yeah, I guess I don't really have too much more to say there, so let's move on. Dead Zone Rogue 2 has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Okay. I'd have to look at Dead Zone 1 to know if I remember anything about it. And I definitely am not in the mood to play a game like this, where it's just running and gunning and shooting things. Yeah. Let's look at Dead Zone Rogue 1 here. Yeah, 75% positive in the last 30 days with 528 reviews, which, yeah, puts Dead Zone Rogue getting the exact same number of reviews in the last 30 days as Silent Hill F. And then very positive at 84% overall, which puts it above Silent Hill F. I don't even recognize this game, even though it is on my wish list. Apparently I saw it August 15th, 2025, which, yeah, would have been a while ago. So yeah. Moving on, NBA The Run launches June 9th. Looks like it is a basketball game. Oh yeah, this was the one I think that had no female people on the thumbnail, but then looked like in some of the footage that it sometimes was female players. Let me see if I can play the video and see if that's true. Oh. So I've been having this problem where I have this sharpness on the inside of my tooth, and I don't want to risk breaking my tooth by filing it down with like an emery board, and my stupid tongue gets used to that. Yep, there is a female character, and then they're just not in any of the screenshots. And so it's been like scraping my tongue, or my tongue's been scraping against the sharpness of my tooth. I found out that they sell a thing called dental wax for braces. That it's basically just a wax you stick over braces. I'm gonna try that. I should probably just go to a dentist, but who can afford that these days? And I misinterpreted it as something being stuck in between my teeth for weeks on weeks, and that's not really what's happening. What's happening is I'm just scraping off thin layers of taste buds off my tongue in a line. Which is probably a gross thing to say, but yeah. In case anybody else runs into that problem and can't afford to see a dentist, yeah, look up dental wax, orthodontic wax, orthodontal wax, I think is what it's actually called. And then the hope there is that will be something I can stick over the tooth for a while until my tongue heals and stops obsessing about it. Yeah. I probably made the situation worse too by eating spicy chicken wings a week ago or so. Didn't consider that. Yeah. Enjoy spicy things when you're young, I will say, because once you get to a certain age, it tends to be the case that your body can no longer handle spicy things. Moving on, a Wander Stop Physical Edition has been announced for the PS5 and Switch 2. Yeah, I do think I remember this game. It is rated very positively. Yeah, you see that level of positive reviews. It's a cozy farming sim game, or at least that's what the tags. It's from the creators of the Stanley Parable and the Beginner's Guide. Narrative-centric cozy game about change and tea. So, it might have some kind of surprises in it, like the Stanley Parable did. I think I heard someone trying to make the comparison that the Stanley Parable was a puzzle game, and I guess to a certain extent it is a puzzle game, but it is a very weird puzzle game if you're going to call it that. I would definitely call it more of a narrative walking simulator game with slightly branching paths as far as where you walk. I wouldn't really call it a puzzle game because there aren't just your standard type puzzle elements in it. But yeah, I wish I could just drop everything and play a game once it's reviewed this positively. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to find extra time in the day and extra energy in the day to accomplish that without simply playing an hour of a game and then giving up and just being a very flippant, bad critic who isn't even making it to the credits of games. Moving on, Abyss for PS5 and Xbox Series launches June 25th alongside a version 1.3 update. It's a brine punk cooperative first-person shooter, which I don't know what brine punk is. I would assume that means under the water in some way. Yeah. Sounds like a made-up phrase. It is something that feels like the Doom reboot if you wanted the Doom to make a game like the Doom reboot but make it feel unique. Which, yeah, going brine punk, I guess does solve that issue. Let's see, moving on, Harvest Moon Echoes of Terradia launches September 24th. Yeah. I played the first Harvest Moon game for GameCube, I believe, and it's a little weird, certainly in the way your father versus the character you're playing as looks. Your father looks like an old Japanese man with big bushy eyebrows and has a sailor tattoo, so it almost feels like he's a retired Yakuza that started a farm. I'm not sure if you actually can retire from the Yakuza. But yeah, he just stands out as being completely different looking than the anime kid that you're controlling. And like a lot of GameCube games, the onboarding was just awful in that. Just a ton of text, not voiced, just pressing A to go forward and not really paying a lot of attention. So by the time I actually got into any gameplay, I figured out how to milk the cow and feed the cow, and then I had no idea what I was supposed to do otherwise, because it doesn't seem like you had any tools to plant seeds or anywhere to even do anything else. I guess maybe I was supposed to take the milk and sell it to get money to then go to a store somewhere and buy tools. But yeah, the way Harvest Moon looks here, I think is, yeah, pretty different from what that first Harvest Moon looks like. They have evolved into a very different style. And I don't know if this Harvest Moon game is even in line with previous Harvest Moon games. And it is questionable how many of these farming games actually should be around, and just because it has Harvest Moon on it doesn't mean it's actually the best farming game out there. I almost make the argument that anybody who is a fan of farming games should get into gardening if at all possible instead. I imagine maybe a lot of people don't have any yards to garden in, but yeah, you would get more out of it for doing pretty much the exact same actions if you actually gardened and actually grew plants, and probably benefit as the food prices go up and up. Let's see. So here's that story we talked about before. SNK has established Versus Studio led by Katsuhiro Harada. Beyond tradition, crafted to perfection. Yeah. With the name Versus Studio, you would assume that the first game they release is going to be something versus something. I assume is that is going to be previous SNK games fighting each other, or previous SNK characters fighting each other. The Switch 2 Choose Your Game limited time bundle has been announced. We talked about that before. A dark fantasy boomer shooter, Nail Crow, has been announced for PC. Yeah. Increasingly, I think it's going to get ridiculous that we are calling them boomer shooters when it's going to be generations after the baby boomers. I mean, even now, people who play Dooms are more than likely not baby boomers. They probably are the generation after baby boomers, which I think is Generation X, or yeah. At some point, I feel like Doom Clone as a concept makes more sense than boomer shooter, but they don't want to mention any game in these descriptions nowadays. Eventually they'll change Metroidvania to some other phrase. that will become more popular eventually, I imagine. But yeah. And the danger also is that the definition of a boomer shooter might expand to include any first-person shooter game, which I don't think is really what a boomer shooter fully encapsulates. Alright, a two-player co-op roguelite city builder called Kingfish has been announced for consoles. It's a very Ghibli-esque looking thumbnail. Unfortunately, we've had quite a few games that are like not too different from that previous game. Building a city on the back of some giant animal is oddly commonplace these days. Now what's strange about this is they're calling this a boomer shooter, but some of these screenshots you have a sword. Yeah. Let's see. Doki 5 and Plan 8 are still in development. Doki 5 is in pre-production stage, which means basically nothing. I'd assume this is Doki 5. And this is Plan 8. Although you could potentially swap the names. Apparently Doki 5 is supposed to be an MMO. They're both supposed to be MMOs, one being an RPG and one being a shooter. Again, potentially swapping the two. Now this one says Exosuit, so this has got to be Plan 8. Who's the publisher for this? Pearl Abyss? Yeah. Definitely seems like we are getting announcements. Maybe it's another quarter has come around. But it does seem like we're getting several announcements from several video game companies just reminding people that the games are still in development. It would be probably a waste of any games journalist's time to send out questionnaires just every quarter asking if games are still in development. They wouldn't get responses. You might send out a unique email if a game has been in development for 2 or 3 years just to make sure it's still in development, but you're still not going to really get a response. So that whole Nintendo suing Palworld and Pocket Pair seems to have not really done anything. If anything, the thing it did was just have Nintendo fall flat on their face and show that they can claim to own anything that feels even slightly Pokemon-like, but the law will not agree with them. So now Pocket Pair is moving to Palworld Online. Now, the accusation against Pocket Pair was that their first game was never really finished and polished, and they just jumped to the Palworld game that exists now. And the Palworld game that exists now is arguably not polished and finished either. So the idea of them potentially skipping to a Palworld Online, which we'd have to assume allows for more than 4 players cooperatively playing at the same time, probably spells doom for the current Palworld game, just never really having a finished feel or polished feel. And yeah, the idea of a Pokemon-like game, MMO, which is what I would assume Palworld is, maybe has a small appeal, but I don't think it has that much of an appeal. Like the actual Pokemon games don't have an MMO type experience, and I don't think too much would change if there was an experience there. You could, if Nintendo did it right, you could have like a Pokemon Stadium type MMO where people are fighting their different Pokemon, but even that's pretty boring. The mainline Pokemon games probably should be an MMO, though. I mean, it does kind of make some sense. You could then roll out expansions and get monthly subscriptions and just have one big world where people are wandering around creating most of the interactive experience by themselves. Yeah. So yeah, it should happen. Maybe Palworld will do it and show Nintendo the way Pokemon should be now. If Pokemon did go full MMO, though, they would also lose a lot of their younger audience, as parents would just not be willing to pay a monthly subscription or let their kids be online interacting in such a way. But yeah, Palworld is in early access. It says it's leaving early access in 2026. I'll believe it when I see it, and we'll see what form it leaves early access. And that is why it's still on my fall list and not on the wish list. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if people are happy enough with it that when it does leave early access, people still review it very positively. The idea of monsters with guns is a fairly intriguing one. I don't know if the whole Factorio and making the monsters work for you element is particularly great. We might see that Palworld Online abandons that in favor of something else that's more simplified. In a lot of ways, you look at the screenshots of Palworld here and it just kind of feels like it's a meme concept turned into a video game. And maybe it makes a great argument that meme concepts should be turned into video games. Alright, let's move on. The Tokyo Game Show 2026 teaser video, giveaway campaign, and first wave of influencers have been announced. This feels like a 90s anime style character. 30th anniversary apparently, so yeah, maybe 30 years ago this would have been the normal way in which things were animated. Nice throwback there. Let's actually watch this trailer. What is the deal with it taking so incredibly long for the items to disappear from YouTube videos? Well, that said nothing and showed nothing. Maybe it flashed some text there that I didn't see. It's a shame that the Tokyo Game Show just never really has that many new games announced to it. Like, even in Japan, it doesn't seem like it has the level of impact it probably should. Which, yeah, it's definitely doesn't feel like the Tokyo Game Show is anywhere as big as the Video Game Awards, and it really feels like it should be that big of an event. But I don't know if maybe they just like keeping the budget small or what. Pat Labor, The Case Files, launches this summer. Pat Labor and an old mecha anime series, apparently getting a video game. Pre-order in Japan. Very possibly not coming to the West. Yeah. Below Gundam and a couple other things, I think you would run into Pat Labor as far as its level of influence and popularity. Yeah. And certainly the ordering of some of that comes down to, do you want to include some of the non-military focused mech stories? Because fairly quickly after the first generation of mecha animes, you started to have mecha but also magic, or mecha but also sci-fi added to it, or something else. So Neon Genesis Evangelion, a great example of that. It would be fairly silly to call Neon Genesis just a mecha anime and compare it coldly and flatly to Gundam series. Let's see. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Minoru's Construct Amiibo launches September 17th. It looks like a very big figure. It gives you an in-game fabric that partly glows in the dark, I think is what that's supposed to be. I don't know how he got a K in there. Yeah, I guess he hit the K when he was going for the L. Which, yeah, the only thing I see really glowing here in the darkness is this little dot there. Yeah. I am surprised Nintendo still is making amiibos, and that amiibos are still a thing. But only because I guess Nintendo tends not to stick to things. It's not really a terrible thought. If you're a fan of Nintendo stuff and you don't want it just to be an action figure, and you don't want it to be Lego-fied, and you wanted something you can put on your shelves and be proud of, an amiibo's a really good option. Yeah, particularly if you don't want it Funko Popped or something. I would be kind of surprised if there actually have been any Nintendo licensed action figures even made in the year since Amiibo came out, because it's just so easy to make an action figure and then throw an NFC tag in it, which is all the Amiibo part is. So yeah, the idea that all action figures should have NFC tags in them and have potentially some kind of in-game reward works very well for Nintendo, but it would work pretty well for anything. Even like a Hasbro, just like G.I. Joes and Barbies, if they had an NFC tag in them and they scanned for some mobile game reward or discounts on further purchasing more G.I. Joes and Barbies, would make some sense, just as a loyalty program. Now, I will say I question whether there are that many kids that really want just action figures and things you can put on the shelf. And I guess they're not technically action figures because they're not posable and actiony. They would be just figures or models or things, display pieces. But I mean, that's kind of true for Legos too. Show you assemble them, but I tend not to think people actually play with Legos. By the way, there was a new Lego set from Lord of the Rings that was like a huge set that they had to scale down just to get it to fit the size of this giant castle. But still, it was a huge set even at that, which had a weird level there in that only the first floor was minifig scale, and then things got scaled down for the second floor and the third floor. if I knew who this character was and actually enjoyed Breath of the Wild enough to even have played Tears of the Kingdom, I might be more hyped on this. Yeah, let's do some research here. Amiibo all gallery. Keyword searching instead of a case of typing in natural text. Now, if I was going to start over from scratch, I probably would not have an established base with the NFC tags in them. Although that does give you a very nice established place to scan it, and it means the figures won't fall over in your shelf. I think amiibos probably are scaled down too small too, and they might be more exciting if they were bigger, and you would just assume that they aren't going to be carried around with a Nintendo Switch. In fairness, all the figures I have do have bases too, so I mean that's not really, well, I have like one that doesn't have a base, and it's the one that falls over all the time, so yeah. But like the figures I have are 7-8 inches tall, whereas I imagine these are 4 inches at most. Here you have Chibi Robo. That was a GameCube game I was trying out too. But yeah, they get a little fancier with the bases here. But yeah, I would probably want to make them a little bit taller, have them be a little bit more bang for the buck. I imagine the coloring is pretty great on them, which, yeah, if you were to try to 3D print something like this, you would have real struggles around that kind of stuff. There was apparently a woodblock series of Mario stuff. But yeah, for like the Pikmin series, it's weirdly only one set of Pikmin, not even each individual colored characters. And for the Pragmata series, there's only a Diana. Which, yeah, that's the only character I guess people actually care about. Yeah, this really shows you they know which characters they actually care about. Skylander Superchargers gave you some weird Donkey Kongs and Bowsers. And then there was a real push on it for the Splatoon series, you can tell. Most of the poses aren't doing anything too crazy, which you wouldn't really expect the Nintendo things to go that crazy. It's kind of a shame that Amiibo wasn't just like an open source thing though. Like, I mean, they're NFC tags and you can easily read them and copy them and send the signal without actually owning the Amiibos, which are overpriced for what you're getting, I'm sure. But the fact that Nintendo didn't just encourage Hasbro to engage with it is a little weird. Yeah, 30th anniversary of Mario Brothers with classic colors versus modern colors. Apparently they had these power-up bands for events, for an event, it seems like. Then the Smash Brothers series by far is where the Amiibos come in, and I guess their bases are all consistently black. Again, the poses maybe getting a little bit more fanciful. You're starting to see white pegs holding up characters as they pose differently. you would think potentially there would be an amiibo for every single Pokemon out there. Gotta collect them all. But yeah, I don't think that really is the case. Yeah. Clearly the real sales are from the Smash Brother series. Although, a decent amount of Legend of Zelda amiibos too. There's Minoru's Construct, which I'm gonna open that to see if maybe it tells me what they are. Seems like the Yoshi's Woolly World series may have a NFC just built into a doll, which that's interesting too. Then this looks like these are just cards with NFC built into them, which I don't know if collectible cards are worth it, but yeah, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering cards, things like that with NFC tags in them would be intriguing. I don't know how you prevent scalpers from figuring out what are in packs without there being some kind of shielding or some way in which the NFC tags activate when the pack is opened or after the pack is opened. Yeah, that would be an interesting technological question. Would there be a way for NFC tags to be activated via the magnetic swiper that they have for clothing, or yeah, magnetic tags? I mean, it would be not that hard to get around that level of security, but yeah. One of the anti-theft security tags that they have are just two pieces of metal, I think two different types of metal, that are magnetically attached to each other, and the magnets have to work in a special frequency and way to make the two pieces of metal separate. And if they don't separate, then they will set off the alarms in stores. So yeah, if you could take that technology, miniaturize it into an NFC tag, and then that retrofit technology already exists there, you could have collectible cards that would then have activatable NFC tags that only activate after you actually purchase the packs, making stolen packs less valuable. Yeah. But more than likely, I imagine what's going to happen with card games, as I'm scrolling down here, which I did not realize there was so many amiibo card games, and apparently a breakfast cereal. Yeah, this Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel in Japan only apparently has 7 cards, which these are the characters from Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush, which, yeah, doesn't really mean anything to me. And I don't think they're actually playable cards. I think they're probably just simulations of cards. But yeah, this was 2021. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush didn't ever make it to the West. I guess what I suspect is going to happen in collectible card games is you're going to have things like Pokemon TCG Pocket, simple mobile games first, and then like Pokemon TCG Pocket, a free-to-play player is going to end up getting 11,000 plus cards for free just by grinding, and then there's going to be a minimum of $1 per card to print them out and be mailed to you in probably collections of at least one whole deck. And that does feel like that would save a ton of money and be super profitable if Nintendo was just saying, if you played the mobile game, you own the rights to order this card directly from us on demand. And as such, you don't have to go with blind bags in a shop trying to get those cards or trying to trade cards. That would put card shops closer to being out of business than they already are. But that is likely, I think, how it's going to go. And then you'll see, regardless of what happens, an increase of Targets and Walmarts just not selling card packs at all, or selling them in huge bundles, which is, I think, how they mostly sell them these days anyways. And so you're paying $100 for like a box of cards instead of individual packs, which individual packs are probably closer to $7 to $10 these days if I was to guess. Yeah, it looks like I can just look at the picture. Yeah, and that's a completely different picture than what we saw before, so this is probably just a guess, and they haven't updated their information. Alright, let's move back to video game news instead of amiibo news. Actually, a surprising lack of amiibos there, though. Nintendo is definitely only doing it for games that they feel like are going to have a certain following, whereas if it was more open source, you would see like third-party developers like Bandai Namco and Square Enix also making amiibos and selling them under that same technology. Moving on, Fading Echo Antagonist trailer is available to watch if you want to see that. Fading Echo is already on my follow list. It is some kind of action adventure game from the tags. Flying Fire Shark Towplane Arcade Garage is coming to the West on August 29th. That sounds like a weird mix of Japanese words being translated to English, and it definitely looks like an old school shoot 'em up game. The next Stellar Blade and Project Spirit details are going to be revealed in 2026. Next Stellar Blade and Unbound titles to be published by Shift Up. It is kind of interesting too, where the journal sites here have kind of gone out of their way to put different outfits on Eve, the character, for getting screenshots. So yeah. Unbound, I assume, is the new, more anime 2D kind of feeling game, although it still is 3D. Project Spirits. No, Project Spirits and Unbound, I guess, are separate. Whereas Unbound seems to be a publishing partnership more than being exclusively made by Shift Up. And then their current mobile game that they're still running, Gods of Victory Nikkei, is still on a steady course. I played the first mobile game, Destiny Child, no relation to the singing group, up until the point where they shut it down. And I very much enjoyed it. I would say Destiny Child was much more of an enjoyable experience than playing Memento Mori. It was a more lewd experience, and that made it funner for me. But I also would say Destiny Child, with one account, had more to do daily than two accounts of Memento Mori. I never really got into Goddess of Victory Nikkei, which is also a lewd mobile game, but I just didn't like the gameplay mechanic and the amount of effort to put into it. Although I tried it very early, so who knows, in modern years later it might be a much better experience. I don't know anything about Unbound. Project Spirits is Shift Up's next flagship title. They don't really have a lot to show here. They're just talking about it. So yeah, feels like this was just a quarterly report that came out. In a lot of ways, if they make a game called Stellar Blade 2, I would hope that the story was only loosely connected to the first game, because I feel like the story probably didn't leave that much room for a sequel as far as Stellar Blade goes. Same problem with like Nier Automata. Like, really, people want a Nier Automata 2, but I don't think the story is actually set up in a way that you could have a Nier Automata 2. Both games may have to just embrace the idea of alternate universes or something so that they can continue. Same was true for like Bayonetta 2. Like Bayonetta 2 even really was not a game that really made a lot of sense to have a sequel. In general, I also am of the opinion that we are down to a point now where a game can be good and it can have a sequel, and then you probably have to shelve the series and not even make a third game in the trilogy, because more often than not, over the entire history of games, the third game in a series has been a disappointment, and then the fourth game attempting a reboot has often fallen flat too. But the idea of just trilogy games don't make any sense, and I'm not sure where the idea of trilogy games even really came from, because it's not like there was a ton of trilogy movies or books out there that were major successes. There are a few trilogy things that were successes, and longer running series that were successes because they were done cheaply. But yeah, Super Mario Bros. 3, I guess, might have established a false narrative that a trilogy of games is the way to go. And even in that case, Super Mario Bros. 2 is uniquely different than Super Mario Bros. 1. Let's go through the gaming on Linux articles, or you know what? I don't know if we have any gaming on Linux articles. Let's see if that is the case. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any opened up. So let's go back to page 1 here, and then that's not what I meant to do. Right. Draw some boxes. And let's see how far we want to go. Alright, we'll go through all of those, and some of those might be redundant, and we'll open up all of those. Give it just a second here to open up all its news articles and any Steam links connected to the news articles. Okay. Thought it was done, not yet. Yeah, you can see even when it's not my macros running things, these tabs aren't really designed to open up immediately all at once. So, yep, we'll now sort through some of this. talked about Forza Horizon 6. Coffee Talk Tokyo. Batman The Legacy of the Dark Knight is not out yet. Close to being out. Crossout Crew was more of a multiplayer game. Mina the Hollower. Nail Crown. Are gonna want to make a YouTube short around that. Subnautica 2. Everything is crab. Hi. So, seems like things might be a little bit backwards here. Valve has fixed the Steam controller double inputs when the puck, Steam Deck gets a configurable trackpad locking. So clicking or touching, is it clicking or is it touching? I guess it's touching, disables L, and touching the right stick disables R. Let's see. Turn on to ignore accidental left trackpad touches when using the left joystick. Is that something that was a problem for people? I guess it's possible. And it may be more of just a case of where the touchpad on the Steam controller is versus where the touchpad is on the Steam Deck. But yeah. I've never had the problem where I was touching the left controller stick, which has a capacitive sensor on it, so it knows when you're just touching the control stick, even if you're not clicking it down or pushing it in any direction. But yeah, I could see maybe your thumb bumping the touchpad, and that may be doing something. I haven't played enough on my Steam Deck to ever experience that myself. But yeah, Steam controller is out, and very quickly we're getting day one patches type stuff. Not surprising, really. It is nice to have these features, even if most people really didn't need them. The most wishlisted game on Steam, Subnautica 2, gets an early access trailer, pre-purchase, and preloads. Everything is a Crab is a genius silly roguelite about creating a total abomination. Looks kind of like a survivor's game. Don't forget to claim your Amazon Prime games for May via Amazon Luna. That's where I imagine some of these games popped up. The PlayStation 3 emulator RPC S3 devs are battling AI slot pull requests. The team behind the popular emulator has seen a rise in what they call AI slop code pull requests. One of the ways they are able to identify a lot of AI slop code is that it has just a whole bunch of comments in it, where any real coder is going to be pretty bad about commenting their code. The Godot engine team previously complained about the same issue, as have lots of other people. So yeah, increasingly people are having to make their own individual announcements and own individual rules around AI generated code being used in pull requests. Pull requests, by the way, we should explain, are when somebody on GitHub or some other Git enabled code repository site clones/copies your code, makes a change, and then submits that change to be put into the master branch, the main branch as they're now calling it, above, that most people would be looking for and most people would be downloading. A lot of times this could be very small changes, sometimes it's very big changes. Copying of code here is done in an open source, acceptable, open license way. So yeah, you want pull requests in general but then every time you get a pull request, if you're maintaining code, which most of the people maintaining code are not happy that they're maintaining code, that makes more work for you. So you want to be able to look at the changes, usually using diff as a tool to find the differences, and seeing if the changes make sense and if it actually is adding features or if it actually is optimizing things. Generally, you would want pull requests to really only do one thing or be around one thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense for somebody to make a pull request that is adding 20 different completely separate features, because there might be half of those features may just be unwanted. Yeah, they copy your code when they do that. That's called forking the code. I don't know why it's called a pull request. I guess the idea is you're taking your changes and pulling it up to the main branch, on the idea of there being a branching group of roots. I wouldn't call it a tree. It's an upside down tree, so it'd be a group of roots, really, in that every fork is a root that is one layer down from the main branch, which would be the single root getting to the trunk of the tree. I think that was a decent way to explain it. Probably not necessary. PlayStation 3 emulation still probably the hardest thing to actually emulate with current hardware, although who knows, maybe PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X emulation, if it can be done at all, is just so demanding that there's a struggle there. Pretty much all of emulation, if it is going to have a struggle, is running into struggles of just computers not being powerful enough to pretend that they are completely different types of hardware. But also, since Xbox and PlayStation these days are basically just computers, the odds of needing to emulate anything for an Xbox Series X game or a PS5 is fairly low. There's probably just a PC port already that exists. But yeah, PS3 games in particular are still stuck in limbo, in that there is not really a great way to play PlayStation 3 games for the few you might want to actually play. The remakes of the God of War games, whatever those are actually going to be, or remasters of them, they may just be remasters, are some of the ones that I imagine are going to go up to PlayStation 3, although a lot of them might be PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games. The brutal space strategy roguelike Battlestar Galactica Scattered Hopes is out now. Let's see. Further expanded AMD HDMI 2.1 support is coming to Linux now with FRL and DCS. They don't explain what this was last time I saw this article. It's frame rate link support and display stream compression. Yeah, one of the sucky things about HDMI 2.1 is to get the bandwidth to go through the cord, you're having to do display stream compression, whereas I think HDMI 2.2 just allows for a higher standard of bandwidth where you don't have to do as much compression or any compression at all. Real solution here would be for everybody just to use DisplayPort instead of HDMI. And there is a real possibility that TVs are just going to embrace a non-HDMI forum run connection standard, at which point HDMI as a group may lose its support for a new standard. It is kind of crazy that there isn't a USB-C like connection where it plugs in both ways, or just USB-C standard for video that people would be happy with. USB-C for everything makes a lot of sense, but I'm not sure the bandwidth on USB-C is high enough for 8K or 16K, which is what new standards would push. The big problem here with HDMI 2.1 on Linux is mostly just that the HDMI form is using proprietary code that they will not allow Linux to make their non-proprietary code compatible with. You can get some fun games to play with friends in the Fanatical Crazy Co-op bundle. You can see a lot of games being mentioned there. The Dark Boomer shooter Nail Crown has been announced by Bohemia Interactive and Destructive Creations. Yeah. It definitely felt like in the past there were eras in which edgelord dark games just were the standard and you'd see a lot of them. Now I kind of feel like there are so many games getting made all the time that it is just multiple genres now. In general, yeah, the things that would have been considered pop music in the past and played on a pop music radio station have now become more generalized, so you'll also get an occasional rap song on a pop music station, and I think that is kind of what is also happening with video games, is that we will just get edgelord boomer shooter games every now and then, and there will always be some horror games coming out, and there will always be some bright colorful farming sim games coming out, and there will always be visual novels coming out. Steam probably has just created a very level playing field for all different kinds of games coming out at the same time, versus the old days when far fewer games were being made and everybody was chasing the same trends. Let's see. The popular emulator CMU was recently compromised with malware in Linux downloads. Ticket was opened on GitHub on May 12th with a report noting that a user re-uploaded certain version 2.6 builds with the originals wiped. It only affected the 64-bit Ubuntu 22.04 build along with app image on Linux, but not Flatpak. Windows and macOS builds were also unaffected. The developers already removed the offending version from the emulator, so you're safe to download it now. Turns out the user account responsible for is a long-term co-author of CMU, who had a Windows subsystem for Linux system compromised. How exactly, one developer said. Not going to bother to read all of that. But yeah, somebody got hacked. Also, more in general for Linux, dirty frag and copy fail vulnerabilities have been found and need to be patched also. So yeah, you can only trust the software that you can understand, and that's probably why everybody should be able to understand programming, but also that's unrealistic by far. But yeah, you gotta have really tight security when you are developing or uploading things. Stealing GitHub tokens, stealing SSH keys, and other passwords are all things that would make it very easy for a targeted attack to upload a compromised software that would then get downloaded by potentially thousands of other people, particularly if it is being built into what is being offered by Linux distros. Let's see. Discord jokes that it's the year of the Linux desktop, which everybody is joking about that this year in particular. It is becoming less of a joke as Windows 10 and support has ended and Windows 11 still sucks and Steam Machine is around the corner, giving a lot of people another potential viable way to buy a new computer and have Linux on it without having to actually run a Linux installer and understand most of that stuff. Android, Google also announced Android 17 in their Chrome OS replacement, which all of their announcements sounded like they were going to be just interwoven with as much AI as they could possibly squeeze into it. Meanwhile, I don't think Android 17 is actually adding anything anybody wants. But yeah, saying Android is Linux is a very misleading statement and always has been. But technically, Android runs on Linux. Discord definitely doesn't feel like it is the killer app that would bring people to Linux or prevent people from moving to Linux. It's kind of pointless to even mention like Year of Linux jokes because everybody's making it. The more serious arguments is when you see actual influencers saying that they are trying Linux. But then Linus Tech Tips did do an update with their Linux challenge, and they still are running into a decent amount of problems with all the things they do. And yeah, if I ever get around to actually building my computer instead of just talking about it for over a year, the installing of Bakelite Linux and trying that might be somewhat troubling for me. And I know there's a new version of Bakelite Linux right now, so there's a reason to do it. Here's the article we talked about. If you drop or throw your new Steam controller, it will scream at you. In a funny way, I guess that also kind of tattles on you. That if you're a kid and you're throwing the controllers or dropping the controllers and you're a parent listening for that sound in particular, you might go and yell at them for throwing the $100 controller. I don't know why you give a $100 controller to kids in the first place, but yeah. The epidemic of grown-ass adults that throw controllers seems to be way too high still. Yeah, that really is like 2-year-old stuff. You tell 2-year-old we don't throw things, and you instill in them why it's very important to follow that rule at 2 years old, not 25-year-olds throwing controllers. And I'll not get into a rant, so I'll leave it at that. Let's see. Grow Home and Grow Up from Atari have been added to the Good Old Games Preservation Program. Yeah, I guess both were originally from Ubisoft, but then were acquired by the company that now owns the name Atari. That explains my confusion there. Because yeah, I was fairly certain these were Ubisoft games, which Uplay and Uconnect, I assume, were not ever really integrated into Grow Home and Grow Up that much. Like, if I went back and tried to play my copies on Steam of these games, I imagine they still would just say Ubisoft on them when you launched them. Pretty good games. Perhaps a problem in that they weren't creative enough in the sequel to justify a third game in the series, and Ubisoft just wasn't really that interested in doing new original IP instead of just making yet another Assassin's Creed game. But yeah, the concept of Bud, the robot there, going to a different planet should have been fairly easy to do. And yeah, if you were gonna make a sequel to a series, you could certainly make things that are maybe a little bit more voxel based, a little less low polygon. Peak definitely owes some of its design for mountain climbing from the controls of Grow Home and its sequel Grow Up. Perhaps there was a problem around how you actually control Bud, and maybe that's part of the problem too. Zelda Breath of the Wild also owes some of its concepts to Grow Home and Grow Up. But yeah, you could definitely make a new game like this. It probably would be compared far too much to the garbage asset flips where you're just jumping from one platform to another. That's not really what these games are doing. This game is having a few places where you can jump and need to jump, but the majority of it is more forgiving than that, and you can just fall down a little bit and then there'll be a teleporter that will teleport you back to a certain place. You can see the leaf there letting him sail down to a lower section, not fall all the way to the beginning like most of the asset flip up games. But yeah, all you really need is the concept of growing a plant to a very high height, and that would be fine. And yeah, you could steal this idea pretty well and just asset flip some robot character. And yeah, there felt like there was some unique programming around Grow Home and Grow Up too that probably was code that didn't really end up going anywhere else. And so yeah, that might have been Ubisoft's problem too. Good games, definitely worth playing once. Not really a lot to do after you've accomplished the main goal. There's some collectibles and that's just about it. They didn't outstay their welcome by far. Moving on, the Unreal Engine 5.8 is adding experimental Steam frame support, and Qualcomm has given the Steam frame a dedicated page for their chipset, I assume. It's powered by a 4 nanometer, which when they say 4 nanometer, that kind of means nothing. Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. Even that kind of means nothing because you really just don't know what the CPU power is there. So they're telling you a bunch of numbers, but it's not like you could even compare those numbers to a different 4 nanometer Snapdragon Gen 3, Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 chip. Particularly since the Steam frame is a VR headset that is also supposedly going to be able to play Android games, there's a real level of hyper focus that would have to be put into the code and the programming and the optimization of what really would play on the Steam frame, which is going to give you different performance than just a cell phone running that same chip. Let's see, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, Forza Horizon 6, and Subnautica 2 have all been Steam Deck verified. Yeah, we are increasingly getting that as a thing where before the games are even out, they are being Steam Deck verified. I want to watch this Batman trailer just because I don't think I've seen it, or if I have seen it, I don't remember it. Although it's not really going to tell you too much, like, because it's mostly showing us just like cutscenes here, what the level of silliness of the cutscenes are going to show us. Does look like the entire Bat family may be showing up. It does seem like this may be the biggest Gotham City yet. Lego Batman 3 had a medium-sized Gotham City. It was one where you could run across one part of the city to the other in the widest part in a matter of like 5 minutes or so. It was pretty dense and pretty vertical. I don't know why Doctor Strange would be showing up in the game, but apparently. We seem to be seeing multiple Batman's outfits, so it might be that this is going to take place in different times, or it might just be that there are multiple outfits. Most of this, like Lego stuff, has probably been animated from the 3 previous Lego games, and they're just able to reuse the same models and outfits. Now, usually in Lego games, you'll have an open world, and then the open world will take them to a more side-scrolling linear story mission. And then the side-scrolling story missions are like separated completely from the open world experience, and that's what previous TT games have been, so that's what I would expect would happen here too. Yeah. It's potentially just more Batman, Lego Batman, because Lego Batman is popular still, and Warner Brothers owns TT Games and owns Batman in DC. But I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't really too much new there. Although it might lean heavily into just a new engine and what the more shooter-focused elements. But Batman doesn't shoot guns, so the shooting code that would have been in the latest Star Wars Lego game would not be usable, really, for Batman. I assume this is also in the Unreal Engine, like the latest Lego game. Yeah, I probably will grab that fairly early and play it. Just because, yeah, it's intriguing to me. Although I do have several Lego games I still haven't actually played that are older. Moving on, Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic boss thinks AI is creatively soulless. I don't know how you could argue it isn't creatively soulless. Like, no duh at a certain level, but worth mentioning and saying out loud, I think. But yeah. I hope this is potentially the beginning of a trend of people coming out, people in the decision-making chain of command coming out and speaking against AI. Yeah, whoever is first to denounce the use of AI and say we're not doing that may suffer some shareholder valuations going down, but in the long run I think we'll be seen as the smart movers who got out of a terrible investment in the idea of embracing AI, which I am seeing stories in general of people just not seeing the returns that they thought they were going to get, or that they were lying and said they would get by laying off people and getting AI. And yeah, at a certain level here, laying off people even as a short-term solution, is really only causing bigger problems in the long run, because they are facing now an inability to actually make products, or a need to hire new people, and hiring new people at lower pay rates is not something that really they can guarantee will happen for game developers. Yeah. It's different if you say AI is going to replace Amazon warehouse workers and lay off them. You can just churn out and hire other desperate people to work instead for that relatively unskilled labor that is working in an Amazon warehouse. But when you need very skilled labor, such as game developers, yeah, it's not like there's a huge number of people who are willing to take a pay cut, particularly since they can go work in other industries, potentially work on AI themselves, and get paid more and treated better. Moving on, KDE, the cool desktop environment, gets over €1 million in funding from the Sovereign Tech Fund, Germany's sovereign tech agency, handing out that cash, which this continues to show that there is a real big movement and desire amongst European countries to get away from anything Microsoft or American-centric, American-run companies out of America. Let's see, on Blue Sky and Mastodon, they're saying the funding will go to improving KDE Plasma and KDE Linux QA infrastructure, recoverability mechanisms, factory reset functions being implemented in KDE and Linux, improving security infrastructure for organizational use across KDE Plasma, that's computers in schools and corporations, improving data backup and restore systems, strengthening configuration management as a core desktop infrastructure, improving network shares experience, building a KDE PIM QA infrastructure and end-to-end testing for IMAP 4 and WebDAV. That goes over my head a little bit, but I think that means moving files between devices in an encrypted way. Support for WebDAV, push notifications, standardizing account configurations, and improving the KDE PIM suite desktop integration with flatback paste delivery. So yeah, kind of dull, dry stuff, but all stuff that I think is actually fairly well needed. So yeah, despite being the cool desktop environment, there's not a lot of coolness around this, and it definitely feels like these are things that they would want to improve or implement for corporations and governments in Germany in particular, or just overall everywhere. They aren't specific improvements for the Steam OS or the Steam Deck, which, well, the desktop mode for the Steam OS is KDE. It is not really the thing that Steam is hoping people put their focus on. Let's see. Minecraft Java finally gets a friends list and peer-to-peer multiplayer. Minecraft 26.2 Snapshot 7 has arrived for Minecraft Java, finally making it playing with friends simpler with the friends list feature and expanded multiplayer. This is only the start of the first versioning, with the first version having some issues. I don't understand the peer-to-peer multiplayer. Does that mean just nobody has to run a server? I guess that's the case. You can finally open single player worlds to online multiplayer. Interesting. So I guess that just means that the server code and the peer-to-peer element have just been integrated very tightly into Minecraft's client, and so you don't have to run a second server app, and you don't have to probably understand networking as much. It was probably too complicated to get a Minecraft server set up in many cases. I still feel like Minecraft Java is the Minecraft version you want to play if you want to play the newest features and want to stay away from having to integrate to the other version that wants you to buy coins and microtransactions through Microsoft. I don't know how many people are actually still playing Minecraft at this point. I haven't seen too many people talk about it. There are a couple of YouTube channels I still follow, like Captain Sparkles, where a lot of his stuff is still Minecraft, but yeah, that's probably just because he's pigeonholed into doing Minecraft content. And then finally, Proton 11.0-1 Beta 3 brings FEX upgrades for Linux ARM64, like the Steam frame. The FEX compatibility is where they are working on it, is how I would describe it, where ARM64 devices may, and I will just say may, be able to execute x86 instruction code. And in this case they're saying x86 instead of AMD 64, and I would assume that is an accurate description. That right now they're just trying to get code that might be older to run on completely different CPU architectures. But yeah, if it is a 64-bit game in particular, it would be AMD 64, not x86. Although most people do still make the mistake and call it x86 code. But the differences are minutia in almost every conversation anyways. Right, that brings us to GameDeveloper.com articles. Metroid Dread developer Mercury Stream has conducted layoffs. While this is something common with the production cycles of our industry, it is nonetheless a difficult and painful situation. What have they made recently? Maybe Blades of Fire is new. What are they working on right now? I don't know. Yeah. Guess the most recent game is Blades of Fire, and I don't even recognize that game. I didn't even really like Metroid Dread. Like, I feel like that whole Dread aspect made it not really a very good Metroid game, and I think the game was way too hard when I played it. Yeah. I would also say I probably didn't really love the story as far as what it did with Metroid and Samus Aran, but it probably doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, the unkillable enemies in Metroid Dread and just having to run from them was something I really did not enjoy, and I pretty much never enjoy the idea of an unkillable enemy you have to run away from in a video game. Video games to me are about empowerment and being the superhero of the story, not about being terrified and running away. Even in horror games, you very often are empowered and able to actually defeat the monsters and not just chased away from them. Even in horror movies these days, you very often see the character that you are following being empowered, whether it is the horror monster is the main protagonist or antagonist in this case, or if it is the final girl that is empowered to defeat the monster. Moving on, there's a report that Microsoft's Israel's general manager leaves amid alleged unethical use of Azure. There are concerns that the company's code of ethics has been violated. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people in Microsoft in general that are not happy with Microsoft working with Israel at all, and even the Microsoft Israel division seems to be running into issues. Israel said they were going to phase out receiving funding from the United States. I question if that really is going to happen or not. I severely doubt it. Yeah, I don't want to get too political on it, but yeah, that is the story as I understand it. I'm not sure if this really relates to video games though, other than Microsoft is a company that has a division that makes video games. And yeah, Microsoft was definitely pushing the Azure cloud services a lot until they started going to focus on AI Copilot instead. Yeah, here's the Paddler Case Files game. I don't know if I've actually sat through the Paddler anime series. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like military stories, so I could see that I potentially have never actually watched it. I don't think I've sat through any of the Gundam series either, although I think I do own Robotech. I haven't sat through that either. Moving on, Sega is lowering the priority of games as a service titles. The company reported a $2 million impairment loss for Rovio in its latest financial report. And then they canceled the Super game. Yeah, mobile games do seem to be some of the first ones of games to be hurt by the economy, but yeah, I imagine we'll start seeing lots of games selling a lot worse. The Indica developer has raised $5 million in funding for their next project. Quote, we're still debating on whether we would like to partner with a publisher or pursue self-publishing route. Well, $5 million may not be enough to self-publish. Indica was critically praised. I never played the game, and I never saw anybody actually play the game. It is almost one of those type of games that feels like it's Oscar bait. Although I guess in this case it would be video game awards bait instead of actually a game that people would actually want to play. It definitely seemed like it was telling a very different type of story that was perhaps too different and unrelatable for your average gamer to even bother to give it a try. Let's see. Alex Oxspring and the Stupendium found a new studio called Stupendium Softworks. Off-color romance laced with biting political commentary is only one flavor we offer, is a quote here. I have no idea who these people are. Apparently the Stupendium is a musician, but I don't know who Alex Offspring is. He's apparently a nerdcore song musician. Yeah, I don't recognize any of this at all. This is underground to me, I would say. Too underground for me. Double Fine petitions to unionize. All, quote, regular, part-time, and full-time employees at the studio will be included. Yeah, it does seem like that is happening pretty much at all Microsoft owned studios at this point, which Microsoft hasn't done that much more than the average amount of union busting in this effort. They do still have some eyes upon them after the Activision Blizzard merger, and I think a lot of people are really waking up to realize that the Activision Blizzard merger has done absolutely nothing for the workers at Activision Blizzard or in the Microsoft gaming divisions at all. Yeah, Double Fine being a union shop makes a lot of sense, since they often do smaller artsy-fartsy games. That being said, it also might make Double Fine even worse as a game developer, in that you might have the employees just sit back and make almost nothing. And particularly for Double Fine, I could see them just shutting down the company and keeping the Tim Schafer, CEO, and moving him to a different division, because Tim Schafer's name is probably the only thing that's actually of value to Microsoft from Double Fine. It's not like the few games that have been made by Double Fine since they've been acquired have been great and big sellers, and Double Fine, even before acquisition, wasn't making great big seller games. Yeah. Unionization in Redmond, Washington, which is where I imagine Double Fine is likely to happen. And the thing of unionization keeping people employed, if that truly can happen, is something that probably needs to happen for Double Fine. Yeah. And the game industry in general, in my opinion. Yeah. I do think it would make a lot of sense if you could get as many video game companies as possible to be all under the same union organizations, and that there would be a union job pool that would have people who are laid off put into the job pool, and those would be the people who would be hired by the next company that needs new programmers. And in that job pool might be the wrong phrase, it might be something else. In the meantime, if someone's laid off, they can receive training to be better at programming and making games while not losing their wages. But yeah, the idea of churning out experienced programmers who still want to work in the game industry and replacing them with fresh out of college programmers doesn't make a lot of sense as far as making games great. It does help a little bit to have some new programmers fresh out of college, so that the next generation is there and they know what to actually do. But yeah, a team of fresh out of college game developers is much more likely to churn out a bad game than a team of about to retire game programmers. Alright, let's go through all the new games on Steam and then I'll be done for the day. So, same old rules as before. I'm going to look at these games as fast as possible. If I don't think it deserves a YouTube short, even though I'm not really doing YouTube shorts, I will swipe down and close it. In this case, I've already put it on the following list and checked it, so I'm going to swipe down and close this game for now. if I think there's a chance the game might be good, I'll put it on the follow list, and then I'll swipe this way to leave the tab open to at least go through the pretense. Plantation Simulator probably should not be available on Steam. You have a white guy here with a whip next to a shirtless black guy. This seems to be slavery. Yeah. We still very much have a case where it doesn't feel like people at Steam actually look at games before they get approved. They just wait for a controversy to happen. You know what, if I was smart, I would make a whole bunch of clickbait controversy videos on some of these games, and it would certainly help my channel. But yeah, every now and then I get another subscriber on my channel, and that's about it. The watch time is still either half of what it needs to be or a fourth of what it needs to be. I'd have to double check, but yeah, realistically I would need about 4 times as much watch time on my channel to get into the YouTube Partner Program to then be able to get what I would estimate is probably going to be like $100 a year. Not enough to really pay for even a single bill these days. Yeah, yes, I think no to that. Although that did look like it might be an old school game, and this too feels like this might be an old school game, but I don't know why I would want old school games. Just to show them off, to say, hey, this is what games used to be. At a certain point, history is just better off forgetting. Yeah. And certainly at a certain point, my nostalgia is not important enough to try to pass it on to future generations. This is a weird art style. Give that a chance. I do really think I would like to be done with blueprints by the end of this weekend. Yeah. I don't know if that really is going to happen. In some funny way, blueprints might be the game that pushes me just to do more things, because sitting in the chair for such a long time is a great way that I'm realizing to motivate me to stand up and do something different. I put in a smart bird feeder and then promptly put absolutely the wrong type of bird food in it. I put fly larvae instead of bird seed in it, and despite that I got 2 birds to show up, but that's been it. So I was hoping that just every day potentially I would see a new bird, and that the numbers might even grow higher than 1 bird per day. I don't know how many birds really would go to a bird feeder per day, but I imagine once they get found, bird feeders are fairly popular during different parts of the year. Yeah. So far, I haven't had any luck there. More than 2 birds, which, I mean, still that's pretty amazing considering the absolute wrong feed is in it. If I put regular bird seed and probably put some other extras on the bird feeder, I'd probably get more people. more birds to show up, not people. And yeah, I've been mostly bored in the past week or so with really not being any sales, which is good, really. And there really not being a huge amount of news. Although I did see an interesting story is happening in the Philippines. One of the senators apparently there was supposed to be arrested, and then some wild drama happened in the Senate House of the Philippines, it seems, and gunfire was shot. Alright, here we have Directive 8020, mixed reviewed already. Yeah, that one had a decent chance of being really well received. Look at all these awards from random websites that I don't recognize. I recognize like IGN, but yeah, they almost certainly cherry picking. This review is not negative because of the lack of shared story. It's not negative because I thought the story was bad. In fact, I thought it was pretty good and made better by having played all the other games in the series. There were other games in this series. It isn't even negative because they went more experimental with these. It's negative because this game has the same copy-paste stealth gameplay that you will do for 6 out of 9 hours, and it will take you to beat this game. It doesn't iterate, it irritates. The game sadly just isn't fun. The pretend this isn't part of the Dark Pictures anthology game. Okay, so they're saying this is just more Dark Pictures anthology games, which have been never really received that well. Start off good, but took a turn. I wanted a paranoia-driven social horror mystery, but the game gradually pivots into a more conventional monster horror, and that's where it lost what made it interesting for me. They're starting to see PC specs for reviews. Loading screens are more intense than the actual story. Alright. So, wasn't really expecting too much there. It does kind of feel like this game feels like it would have been a PlayStation exclusive previously. And yeah, it definitely seems to me like this is one of those examples of a game that's too pretty instead of being focused more on actually good gameplay. And there's my phone just dying on me. Yeah, I need to get around to actually swapping over my old phone to my new phone too. The battery is just way too short on this old phone to be realistically usable. I'm getting 3 or 4 hours if I have the phone just off, with the screen off and then not using it, and then I'm having to plug in the phone anytime I'm actually using it. Alright, let's move on. So that one is one we can take off the follow list. A lot of these games I've already seen and put on the follow list. So we are, I think, hitting more of a release time and less of an announcement time. Although it may just be that both times are ramping up and all kinds of releases and announcements are around the corner. Yeah. it definitely feels like it's more of a shame when you have like a really pretty game get mixed reviewed. Yeah, I thought this Better Than Dead game might have been interesting too, but we can see it's mixed. A body cam revenge first-person shooter set in Hong Kong. Now, maybe this early access game is getting reviewed for being set in Hong Kong, and the Chinese people don't like that. As a possibility. It's a unique concept marred by some odd decisions and lack of polish. There's a lot of potential here, but it's hard to recommend a game with quote potential. You see the developer wants feedback. It's a fun game, but I can't recommend it at this price point. More like a $7 to $8 game. Also, aiming is incredibly frustrating. You have to give up and spray and pray despite the enemies are like 20 feet in front of you. So maybe I'll be generous and leave this one on the follow list. Whatever I just did there wasn't what I meant to do. I'll leave this on the follow list and give it some time, but yeah. I was very iffy about this game anyways, just because of the visuals. Plus, even if I would want to play this game, the brutality and gore of it, I think might be a real problem too. Maddening Mercy might be something. That's another Digipen game, so that's a student project. Carly's World. Let's say it's no. Tennis Manager, no. Don't care about that. Pro multi-table tournament, maybe. Probably not. It's going to heavily come down to in-app purchases existing in the game. Yeah. Still have never really found a great like blackjack poker type game that didn't have microtransactions, in-app purchases, or just an annoyance one way or the other. And it really doesn't feel like it would be hard to just make a good poker game. I guess Poker Night at the Inventory might be the closest thing I've liked so far. This one is mixed recently, but overall positive. So perhaps there is a problem that was not addressed when the 1.0 version came out. Can't delete more than one letter when typing a name. Interesting. Interesting that somebody has to review for that. It's not worth the $30, they say. Try it both in early access and release the keyword that keeps jumping out as cheap. It feels cheap. I mean, I can see where they were going. It was a novel idea, but the end result is a clunky mess. With no voice acting, generic created characters you have zero attachment to, and the art style just fails. There's certainly, I guess, a thought there that could happen where I could go through a lot of games and see if they have voice acting in it. Now, I don't think this art style absolutely has to fail, but yeah, I think the lack of voice acting might be an issue. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that on the follow list too. Giant Beast Island. Probably isn't anything. I'm rejecting a decent amount of games, as I do every stream. You know what, come to think of it, here we can see Octo Pins is mixed. This was a player versus player game. I never had it on the follow list because of that reason. Yep. Now that I'm thinking about it, like one of the things that the Blueprints did in their early production decisions that painted them into a bad corner, I suspect, is by having the Blueprints be of an estate house, because rooms then are fairly limited. Like you're going to have maybe a hallway or a bedroom, things like that. Where if you compare it to Myst and Age, it's like a completely different world, and you can just do anything you want in there. I can't imagine there's a single Age world that Myst could have created that would have felt out of logical sense of the other worlds that existed in Myst. So yeah, at the very least, Blueprints needed a pool room that, instead of having just a very reasonable pool in it, had a ridiculous, like, amusement park level sized pool in it, at which point you would have walked or probably gotten in the pool and swim around and things like that. Here we have like Puzzle Park 2, another kind of great example of, yeah, by not being set in the house, every single thing being shown here is big in its scale and unique and awe-striking. I want to actually see Puzzle Park 1, because yeah, let's see if that was received well. No, it is actually mixed. And then Door seems to be another game, which if we take the demo for Door 3, maybe we can get the Door from that point. So yeah, random puzzle developer here, not capable of doing it. Witness also had its own art style and definitely was not pigeonholed into doing something amazing. See, Door 3 Insignia is mostly positive, but it's not very relevant because it has like 13 user reviews. That does run into a weird situation too. And Door 1 is not received well, and I think I remember, no, maybe I didn't see this game, but definitely have seen games like this where it is fairly minimal, fairly short puzzle games, not really that thought out, overpriced potentially in what they're being sold for. Of course, The Witness is a huge game with 147 hours on record, which actually that feels like way too little compared to the Blueprints that's nearly 300 hours. And these huge puzzle games, I do think, are probably eating the lunch of small independent puzzle developers. In contrast, and the tag puzzle is not going to really help you too much because far too many things have the tag puzzle that is not really a puzzle game. Yeah, the vast majority of these games I would say are not puzzle games. And even if they were puzzle games, they might not be the environmental puzzle games I'm looking for. They might just be jigsaw puzzle games, things like that. Is this an art style I would give any time to? No, I don't think so. Seems like it's a little too morbid of a story for me to want to play. Yeah. Maybe in my old age I am turning away from the idea of bummer games too. I'm not gonna really avoid bummer stories or anything like that, but yeah. If the game is just gonna be all depression all the time, maybe that's one to skip. Kind of like that art style. I guess puzzle games probably should heavily implement and use the oceans and sands concept of just you can't go that way, or invisible walls, instead of, well, natural barriers work, such as trees and mountains too, but yeah, there is a slight bigger is this how you spell Don Quixote? Which actually is supposed to be pronounced, from what I hear, Don Quixote. Is this AI? Yeah. This game is proudly made using AI tools. Okay. Well, I don't think I want to support people who are proud about making AI tools. Maybe that translates differently to other people. Super Night Riders Season 1. Definitely feels like this is some kind of adult game that they had to quickly censor to actually get it on Steam. Anime girls being flipped into a motorcycle racing thing. I'm gonna put that on the follow list just to see what the reception is for that, but seasonality on that also is a huge red flag. Yeah, I don't think there really is a big reason why I would want to play video game versions of like famous stories, Shakespeare plays, and things like that. Just not really something. I like this thumbnail, but actual screenshots of the game are mostly just static rooms. Alright, let's scroll down and see if we want to do any follow list cleanup before we call it day. And generally, we're still just looking for games that are like version 1.3, 1.5, even 1.2, because, or high patch levels. Yeah, something that is just out is probably not going to have enough reviews to tell me anything useful. But yeah, my whole system here of scrolling down this news feed to clean up the follow list is too targeted and not helpful enough. I need to be consistently looking at least 5 to 10 games from the follow list every stream, because I definitely am adding more than 5 to 10 games from the follow list every stream. So there needs to be a balance there. Yeah. Check out this game. Yeah. This is like a backrooms game, but you have a gun and there's an anime girl. It's 45% with 11 user reviews. It can go bye-bye. This one is positively reviewed. So it really isn't knocking my socks off, but I'll put it on the wish list anyways. And yeah, that's going to be the end of the show. We had a pretty consistent 3-hour and some change run today. So didn't drag on that long. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment,